hope.
Almost there. All right, we're live. You good to go?
All right, thank you. At 5:33 p.m., we will call this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board to order. We will now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of trustees.
Ellen Wheeler.
Chris Chen.
Laura Blakely.
Laura Berman.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any trustee comments regarding the agenda or a motion?
So moved.
And this is just the agenda for the closed session
For the 5:30 p.m. meeting.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Blakely, the board voted unanimously to approve the agenda. We will now move on to item 2, the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding the closed session agenda. I do not see any members of the public here currently. So we will now adjourn to closed session.
Just remember we're live people. So they started early.
All right, we have all of our trustees, Dr. Rudolph, are back. I'm going to adjourn the previous board meeting at 6 p.m. There was no, before I say that, there was no action taken in closed session. And then just to verify,
Yep, give us 1 second. We're setting up interpretation.
okay, that's what I was going to check.
Director Chang, you want to check
Yep,
to make sure it's working?
it's working.
Perfect.
Thank you, Kaylee. We can hear you.
All right, I believe that we are good to go. Just as I mentioned before, when we get to agenda, staff has just one change that we would like to make. So I will admit everyone into the meeting now and we'll get started.
David? Unmute. If you are not currently presenting, you can turn off your camera until it is your turn to present. At 6:02 p.m., I'm going to call this meeting of the Mountain View Island School District Board of Trustees to order. We will now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call.
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Berman,
Laura Blakely.
Chang?
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. We will now move on to item C, approval of the agenda. We will need to amend this. So first of all, we need to remove items 2, 3, and 4 because the closed session was actually moved to a special meeting before this meeting instead. And then Dr. Rudolph, which item needs to be moved?
9B.
We would like to move item 9B
Mhm.
to review and discussion. And we can put that because we have someone who is here, an auditor who's here. We can put that at 8B and then move all the other items down just one letter.
Okay. Okay. So we'll move 9B to 8B. Is there a motion from trustees or other comments?
I move that we approve the agenda with the removal of items 2, 3, and 4, and moving item 9B regarding the audit from review and action to section 8, review and discussion, making that item B, and moving the items B through F down one behind it. So that will come right after 8A, the chat presentation.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the Board of Trustees unanimously approved the amended agenda. We will now move on to item 5, the consent agenda. Are there any comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Okay. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to public comment on the consent agenda. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding items on the consent agenda, you can now raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you are on a phone. I will wait briefly to see if there's any comment. All right, seeing as there is none, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as shown on the agenda.
Second.
There were a lot of seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the board unanimously approves the consent agenda as presented. We will now move on to item 6, communications. And we will start with 6A, employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who are here to address the board this evening? Okay. Seeing as there are none, are there any representatives from district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing as there are none, we will move on to the superintendent.
All right, good evening. I want to start off with thanking everyone for a successful first day of school. Our comms team was able to create a little something, so I want to share that with everyone to sort of start us off with the day. So give me a second. All right, so I just want to say thank you to everyone involved. Obviously, to our principals for all the work they did to get this set up, our teachers and our classified staff for all their patience and willingness to come in. Our parents for their patience with us. Our maintenance team who actually put markers down across all the schools and made sure everything was ready, and we're running around today. So just it really was a team effort, and I know a lot of people were really happy to see kids back on campus. And so a year and 4 days really means a lot to us, and so we're glad to have people back. And then of course our next wave of students comes in on the 25th, I believe. So our 29th, I think it's the 29th. So we're super excited to see them come in on the next wave, which will complete elementary. And then obviously we have middle school that's coming in phases also. So we'll have one more week for them. Just real quick, just want to give the community a quick update. I do want to report out. So today, I want to remind the community that we do have active sites, that we're using a lot more of our campus than what we traditionally do today. Luckily today, MVPD was out there directing traffic, helping kids cross the streets and welcoming kids. Unfortunately though, on the Stevenson campus, a community member had the Doberman Pinscher on the play field, actually right near the building, and was a little upset that they had to leave, but MVPD happened to be there to help escort them off. So I just want to remind the community that these are school fields and that they are active and that we do have kids here. And so we do need to make sure that that these fields and that these areas are being used after hours and not during the school day. And I want to thank our comms team. I know that they did a good job of walking up to the staff member to sort of help, and or not the staff member, the community member, and sort of remind them that they're not supposed to be on. But I just wanted to send that message out. And also to let people know that we are going to be starting with our first phase of fencing upgrades across the campuses. And so I just want to put that out there so that we're transparent. I know we're talking about we'll have a presentation about where the Montaloma fencing work group is at. They had their second meeting yesterday. And so I'm looking forward to hearing the update. I wasn't in the meeting last night, but I do want to let the community know that this is the next phase or the first phase of this is actually starting, and we'll try to make it as non-disruptive as possible.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 7, community comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this chance to hear from community members. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized items. If you would like to comment at this time, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have anyone who wishes to speak. We do not appear to have any public comment on non-agendized items at this time. So we will move on to our next item, item 8A. This is all of section 8 is review and discussion. And in case you missed the first 15 minutes of our meeting, I wanted to point out that we removed items 2, 3, and 4 from our agenda because we had a special meeting earlier to cover the closed session to get that done. So that took 30 minutes off the agenda, but we also had to move item 9B up to 8B. It should be a discussion item instead of an action item. So that kind of puts the time back in. So we should still have about the same schedule for most of our items, but we will start with item 8A, a Community Health Awareness Council update, a CHAC update from the Executive Director of CHAC, Marcia Delorier. Thank you for joining us, Marcia.
It is my pleasure. Thank you, Trustee Conley and others for allowing me to do this presentation. Let me hope that the technology gods are with me, and I'm going to try sharing my screen. Just a second. Here we go. So I trust you can see the CHAC building.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, great. Well, I want to thank you very much for allowing me to come. I know these are incredibly challenging times, and so I value the opportunity to share this update with you. I particularly am grateful for that wonderful video from Dr. Rudolph, because that literally was the high point of my day so far. It's really great to see them back, and that's everybody working together. So as you know, CHAC's mission as the mental health provider in our community is to improve lives and build healthy futures and resilient communities. And we do that by building healthy relationships, serving all ages of families, from newborns to youth, to teens and adults, in our individual and couples and family counseling. And we do this at our clinic as you just saw the photograph earlier, on El Camino. And we've also got their support groups and, of course, our services in the schools. You know, the unique value of CHAC is that we do have this clinic on El Camino to support the student's whole family with a wide range of services, and not just the student on the school campus. As you know, the district is part of our JPA, and the value proposition as part of our JPA is that we offer these services through our internship training program. These are 80 pre-licensed psychologists in our doctoral program and in our marriage and family therapist program. I'm very pleased to say that our doctoral internship program just received a 10-year accreditation from the American Psychological Association, which really keeps the bar for us in a very important place. But the clinicians, these are not kids. The average age is 36 years old, and the median age is 33 years old. And we recruit from top schools. The Stanford PSPG Consortium program is part of our doctoral program. Santa Clara University, Wright Institute, Palo Alto University's NDNU. Importantly, each and every student on the campus is supervised by a licensed clinical professional. Each case is supervised by this licensed clinical professionals. We have 12 or 13 at CHAC with many, many years of experience with CHAC. We get to know the families, we get to know the unique school personalities, and that is how we work cohesively, even though our training program does change often, maybe 2/3 of it every year as the trainees move on into other positions. But we're all in this mental health effort together, and as we know, it's increasing. And so we collaborate with the school psychologists and counselors to increase the capacity at the schools. Clinical mental health professionals, which is what CHAC has, provide services across settings, supporting the school psychologist, which tends to provide services focused on the school setting. Clinical professionals have background for those that you see here on the left: solution-focused or trauma-informed care, attachment and child development, family therapy, art therapy, that type of thing. And on the right, you can see the areas of expertise: anxiety and depression, non-suicidal self-harm, grief and loss, and those that you see printed there. Now, during COVID, we continued to provide all of these services via telehealth. And we responded quickly at the onset, which is unbelievably a year ago, we converted both the clinicians and the clients to telehealth. You know, we knew that the student lives were turned upside down when they hit shelter in place, and we immediately reached out to ensure continuity of care. And of course, we had to do the same thing that the school has done, changing just about every process that we had, adapting the technology for ability to reach the clients easily, and of course, training on telehealth, which was a relatively new field. Initially, we had about a 50% adoption rate. It was clear that we had to pivot to parent support, because we know that parental behavior has a bidirectional effect. So our focus shifted to parents. For kids who couldn't sustain a full therapy session, we used the balance of time for parent coaching and support, and increased the number of hours of our parent contact. Over 90% over last year's numbers. A big upside to telehealth was the advantage of a virtual home visit and the chance to observe live parent-child dynamic in the home in real time and provide parent coaching. Often we hear this as a secondary conversation in a session. Now we could see it firsthand. And our social emotional learning program.
I apologize, Ms. Delorier. I can't hear you. Is that the same for anyone else?
Yeah, I can't hear either.
Ms. Delorier, we lost your audio for some reason.
I don't think she can hear us.
I don't think she can hear us. And I don't think she can see us.
Mm-mm.
Dr. Rudolph, does anyone have a phone number for her and can get her attention real quick? Or can we remove her as a host?
One of the admins can remove share screen so she can see us. She can't
Okay.
see. She's in share screen.
Yeah. Marcia, we can't hear you. No, we could hear you at first, and then we lost you a few slides in. We couldn't hear your audio anymore.
Let me try.
And your earbud went out, maybe.
Yeah, how is that? Any better?
That's better.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, and Laura, for letting me know. Let me go back to here. Where did I leave you? How about here?
I'm going to say there were colorful hands.
Colorful hands, my goodness. Okay, thank you. Great visual. So, you know, part of serving this diverse community requires formalizing our DE&I work with a statement of our commitment, because we saw firsthand this disproportionate impact on the community. And we know it's really important for a student to be talking to someone who they are keenly attuned to in their race, ethnicity, and other intersectionalities. Services at CHAC are offered with compassion, respect for others, and really appreciation for the individual and the cultural differences. And at CHAC, we provide many hours of training for clinicians to continually strive to remove any barriers to care. Now, CHAC supports the MTSS system of support at the school, and we do that through our social emotional learning programs, JFK and Tween Talk for the 3rd and 5th grade, and customized classroom programs. Our Tier 2 programs include our one-on-one counseling and parent coaching, and Tier 3 is for the more intensive interventions with higher risk students, and we are able to work with a very integrated care team between the schools and the rest of their care team. So how do we integrate with the school system? The CHAC counselor meets regularly with the school team. We do that weekly with each of the principals and the other teams at the school, and the counselor and our liaison. And that is to develop appropriate and developmentally, culturally, and collaboratively treatment goals. Ongoing communication with the teachers, and as I said, the support systems, parent education and support, because we can bridge that home and school. We can have a different dialogue with home than sometimes the school personnel can have as well, if we all use a common language and support the school staff in their direction. We also participate in 504s and IEPs and the team meetings, and of course, mental health education for all the kids as we come in contact with them.
Marcia, I don't mean to interrupt. I didn't know if you wanted us to see the slides as you present. We had to stop your share screen to let you know the audio went off. So if you intend for us to see the visuals, you'll need to share screen again. Sorry about that.
Wow, okay. That's my apologies. Let's see if I can get there again. Oh dear.
I
Hold
will
on.
say we all have your presentation, so I assume other trustees have been following along. And you're on slide 11.
Just a second. Share screen. Have I shared screen? Bear with me. There we go.
There we go.
And presenter. Here we go. Thank you, Chris. Are we good?
We're good.
Okay, so far so good.
I'm trying to move this. So I just went through how do we integrate with the school system. And these are just highly communication and a lot of coordination of treatment goals for the student. Here are some of the numbers. Last year, we served 740 students with nearly 6,000 of appointment hours and 824 hours of contact with parents and caregivers, physicians, and others. This year started slower as everyone was adjusting to distance learning, but has definitely picked up in the beginning of the second half of this year. As you can see, second half is not quite half of what we saw last year. And that's just people were adjusting to this distance learning. Here you can see the numbers by school. And of course, our village program at Castro is in full swing to meet the accelerated needs at Castro. With the pandemic continuing, we hired like 55 clinicians, placed all 87 in the schools and in the clinic. And these are some of the reports that we saw, challenges that the families were facing. These are not new stories for you, but we are seeing the same thing. Internet connection, email issues, really having to get a hold of parents and having them basically act as the school staff. So we're continuing to telehealth now. Families and students are still navigating telehealth in this virtual space, which continues to be a challenge, of course, but hopefully they're back soon. And we saw that for those who are already at risk for mental health crisis before the pandemic, there seems to be an even larger and bigger increase in anxiety from the kids. But there are also benefits. The benefits of telehealth include seeing the student in their home and gaining insight into their family dynamic. The students are still able to access therapy while staying in quarantine, and we can really work easily around their schedule. And then best of all, in some cases, is the collaboration, communication, engagement between the schools, and chat is just much easier when we can click on a screen. So these are some of the top reasons for counseling referrals from the principals and the teachers. We see social behaviors, academic performance, anxiety, and classroom behaviors. While these are the observable reasons for referrals that the school personnel are seeing, after meeting the student, we discern top issues from a clinical perspective, which are anxiety, interpersonal skill challenges, disruptive behaviors, family conflicts, depression, aggression, grief, and loss. And those on the right help to explain what some of these classifications and some of these issues are identified as. We also assess treatment outcomes with pre and post measurements, and we show a 72% improvement in the top categories. And this can be for sessions that range anywhere from 8 to 10 sessions all the way to those requiring more time. But anxiety, interpersonal skills and challenges, and disruptive behavior showing that kind of an increase. Now, as we see this need for mental health in the kids increasing, we must continue our work on prevention. Our family resource centers, SEL programs, summer bridge programs, suicide contagion village program. I'll touch on all of these in a minute, but these are really prevention programs. And part of it is as a community and a school coming together on them. At Castro, as you know, we have the Village Wellness Program. We've also offered Kimochi's program, which is another tactile way that kids learn social emotional skills. Second step for the kindergartners, mindfulness in the 3rd grade, what's trending in the 5th grade, and newcomers groups, which we'll also add in our clinic as well. Our Family Resource Center is in the community, and it provides programs to help the young families to have a healthy start in life. And these are some of the features in the program. I just call attention to the fact that these programs really help the kids prepare for kindergarten, right, and preschool. And that's the value of getting them really off on the right start, as you well know. And you also might know some of our family resource team because they were providing the diaper and essential diaper distribution and essential products distribution at Vargas throughout the COVID time. And we see about 9,000 people in this program every year in our 0 to 5. Our social emotional learning program we do on the school campus during lunchtime for kids that are requested by parents and school personnel. And last year we saw 467 students in 2019 and 20 in this program. And these really teach the social skills, coping skills, self-management. There was a huge logistical impossibility and importantly, privacy for a group that was going to be done in a child's home. So we had to adapt the program this year, as we've adapted most programs. And we created Plugged In their home. And this was a program that we adapted for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students that they can do independently or with participation from family. Last year, by the way, this program had our social emotional learning program at 467 students in this program in our fall, winter, and spring programs. And finally, our Latinx program of Spanish-speaking clinicians served 196 unduplicated families in 2020 and continues to provide extensive support for our families. This program was overwhelmed, as most were at the beginning, and continues with need. And especially a year ago, we were really helping with translations, helping families how to use email, approaching this with the dignity and respect of an understanding of that this was a new environment and what was happening. So we also implemented translation programs. And I would also call attention to the fact that we can recruit Spanish-speaking therapists because we have this clinical supervision in Spanish, which is so often the language of psychotherapy has to be translated. And in our program, it does not have to be translated. It is very desirable for Spanish-speaking therapists. And we're constantly working on adapting to the need of the community and vigorously expanding this program. And coming soon, we'll have a clinic within our clinic. We'll have Wellness Wednesdays, father groups, a newcomer program for those Latinx that have recently immigrated, as well as grief support and provider support as examples of this. Last summer, just to meet the need, we saw and anticipated a surge of cases in the fall. Of course, that didn't happen in terms of going back to school, but we created a bridge program, which was an expansion of our counseling services over the summer for existing clients that we identified as potentially at risk. These were students that we had previously seen. This was a completely free service to all the kids in this program, and our own staff were also being parents while working as clinicians, so required a substantial staffing restructure, but we were able to triple our summer staff, and we're very pleased that we were able to be there for the kids and the parents. And let me just say that before COVID, we also were meeting community need, and that was another critical need in the community after the unfortunate death by suicide of one of our high school students in Mountain View. Our response was quick and in depth. We immediately diverted 12 licensed clinicians to the campus within 90 minutes of that early morning call, and we remained on campus for weeks. The experts advised us that death by suicide can put a community at risk for a suicide contagion for a full year thereafter. And this defined a lot of our work. We identified slightly more than 400 students potentially at risk, and we implemented a very careful intervention, thoughtful intervention to ensure their safety and coordinating these services with the staff, school staff. I was so relieved in October when we thankfully passed that 1-year mark for our community. And we also know that many in the community were hurting, so we initiated community outreach throughout COVID to provide support through webinars and classes. We delivered Coping and Thriving during a pandemic in May with news that the schools were returning virtually. We had a community town hall supporting families' mental health during COVID. In October, we helped teachers and parents with how to keep calm and carry on. And some of the bedtime stories for kids and some of the other groups that we've been providing for the community. As I draw to a close, let me say that the long-term impact of the pandemic on our mental health is yet unknown. There will be a significant tail on the mental health effects that we know of, and secondary effects are certainly going to outlast this pandemic. Mental health demand is expected to spike after the pandemic, and upticks in many issues. So we'll start to see that as the kids come back. But cultivating these supportive interventions are really important for healing and cultivating a sense of caring and self-efficacy, connectedness with the kids, a sense of hope, and a sense of safety are imperative. So what is the forward vision between CHAC and the school district? I'm really pleased that we have a new director of school-based services, Joanna Carson-Young, an experienced marriage and family therapist. We'll have 26 clinicians in 11 schools, 15 in the marriage and family program, and 11 from our PsyD and PhD program. We'll have hopefully 9 Spanish speakers. And we're definitely working with this increased collaboration with the school sites, bridging the gap between the family, the home, and the student. So we are all working together on this and maintaining regular and open communication with the school regarding CHAC services. And in May, I'm happy that we will celebrate Mental Health Awareness Month. We're going to be offering free Workly virtual workshops that are designed to promote mental wellness in the community. So I leave you with a plea to help us spread the word to our families for these panels, and each will be a weekly event, 4 weekly events in May from 6:30 to 7:30 at night. So I appreciate your patience with the technology. I'm going to stop sharing and come back to you probably for questions.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Delorier. Trustees, are there questions? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. So we have some family members on the call listening to the presentation. And I know that for parents, sometimes it's really hard to know who to go to when they at home are seeing issues of concern. Do they reach out to their health provider first? Do they try to reach out to CHAC? So I'm just kind of it's always good on this issue when people are thinking about how the kids are in this pandemic. What's the steps on who they go to first to get help?
That's a great question. If they're working within the school team, they're going to talk to their teacher and they're going to talk to their principal. If they're concerned about school behaviors or those that relate to their school environment. So they will start there, and that's how they get to a CHAC counselor that is assigned to their school. We also have our clinic available, and that is www.chacmv.org. CHAC as in Mountain View, mv.org. And they can reach out to us there to schedule an appointment with the family or have a conversation with the parents as well. So it's either through the school for the school-based services or coming to our clinic as well. Does that help?
Trustee Berman.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's really terrific to have you here. I imagine that the demand for mental health services from our students is really high. And I'm just curious, when you see our students, what is the touch point? Are these students, is it a light touch point where you might see them once or twice and it's sort of marked as resolved? Or are there students that you see for maybe a couple of months and then you move on? I imagine there's just such a long wait list. And so I'm wondering, how CHAC can move through the wait list so that more kids can be seen. And if you have any thoughts on how we can see or provide support for more students in the near future, I would love to hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Berman. I do have thoughts on this. Actually, what we are seeing is a much higher acuity of cases, and they are much more complex. And that's what I'm hearing from the team. So again, we don't know exactly what it's going to look like when the kids come back. And I think this 1 year point is a strong tug for people. How can we help see more students? I think is in 2 ways. We go to that tier 1 level where how do we reach classrooms? Because we can offer classroom interventions in some capacity, right? and expanding our social emotional learning program. As soon as we are allowed to be back on campus next year, we'll be, putting that back into the program. Generally speaking, our short-term model is more like 8 weeks. By the time a child actually begins to connect with a therapist and actually starts to speak in an authentic way, you're easily at 4 weeks. And that's where you're starting to discern what the real issues are. So we have a short-term model, which is our 8 to 12 weeks. And we try to move towards that to be able to, and it depends, it does depend on the wait list. And then we can expand beyond that to the 24 weeks or 30 weeks or so. And then the ability to bring them in-house into the clinic if we need to as well. But the question that you're asking is, how do we get to more students, and how are we going to, if we're seeing this anxiety in the campus, how are we going to do that? And that's where we are going to meet with the school, staff and collaborate on what's the best way for them. I think it would be premature for me to speak now about what that is, but that's the approach. It's this collaboration with the school district about what they're seeing as well. And that's our intention, is how to see more kids. That's what the whole Village program's about.
Then if I can just ask a quick follow-up, similar to Trustee Chang's question, if you've worked with a child and their family and they may need additional support, maybe from someone who is licensed, a licensed therapist, where do they go next, or what do you recommend for those families?
So I would suggest that they contact at our clinic through chacmv.org and our website. From there, we can do an intake and assess what's the best course of action for that family or for that individual. If it is within our scope of practice, we'll take them into our scope of practice. If we feel that it is clinically appropriate and in their best interest, we'll refer them to other sites. I have to be candid with you. Access to other sites is very limited and very difficult. And right now, this mental health need is quite significant. So that is the approach, but trying to find other resources is pretty challenging.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Just a quick question. As you're looking at additional funding sources that may or may not be coming in, do you feel you have the funds for this upcoming year to meet the needs of the children in Mountain View?
There is an increased need, and this is what we're wrestling with as a community together about how do we provide this resource and have the funding to provide it. CHAC has operated on a pretty shoestring budget for many, many years as its nonprofit. I want to thank the district for the recognition of the increased need. We are still not where we need to be in terms of being able to support it. For example, with this expansion of social emotional learning or classroom interventions or other ways that we can be there. And we always step up to what is the need for the wait list. So we don't know what that's going to look like yet, but it all depends. Everything always depends on our funding. So to answer your question, no, I will be speaking with the district shortly for requests and would hope that that the district would be able to help meet the increasing need with the funding request.
Are there any further questions from trustees? Okay, at this time, we will take community comment on this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to address the board regarding this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have any public comment. We do not appear to have any public comment. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so regarding future funding, one of the things that I'm extremely heartened about is, I can't remember if it's one or both of the state and federal government, providing a lot more money recently. And one of the places that is called out for use of that money is mental health. So I'm hoping that mental health at schools. So I'm hoping that, your comment about you could use more money. I'm hoping that these additional sources of revenue from the state and the federal governments will be able to help with that.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I endorse that. I'm thrilled to see that mental health is on the funding. I also was looking at what the county funding is from this. So yes, I will be requesting what I think what we need, without asking for the universe, but we've got this issue and we need to be able to respond to it and work together to do that. So I'm very cognizant of it, and we'll be addressing it from that standpoint as well. I hope that answered it. I'm with you on it.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to say thank you. And I am so grateful to live in a community that has TAC. I think many school districts don't have such a wonderful resource for their families, and I'm really grateful that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll look for your support as we also have our fundraiser at the end of May as well for all of those free virtual events. We do ask for people if they'd like to donate, so the community does support CHAC as well. And we'll ask for your participation in helping to get the word out about that event. But thank you.
All right, I saw Trustee Chang and Trustee Berman raise their hands. Do you still have comments? Trustee Berman.
So yeah, I want to just let you know how thankful I am that you're in our community, especially during this pandemic that has been so challenging for our families and our students. And as board members, we've been part of several meetings where we've heard some really frightening statistics about the mental health crisis among our young people in our community. So I'm so thankful that you're a part of our school district and we've partnered. And I think about, I was doing some research on adverse childhood experiences and sort of that long-term impact on children and how the impact of this trauma that they've experienced during the pandemic, whether they're home in just a more of a toxic environment, and that stress that their body carries really stays with them through their adulthood and can be the cause of so many other health issues. However, there is an opportunity with the right information and the right interventions to really do something about it early on. So I'm really thankful for the work that you do, and especially really thinking about that tier 1 and how to prepare our kids in the classroom so that we can work together with our teachers and our school communities to make sure that we're addressing that stress. So that our children don't carry that trauma into their teens and into their adult lives. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We do treat the whole child. That is what our goal is, to help you get them to the next grade level, but also we like to get them to age 30 and 50 and 70, and that is the program.
Trustee Chang.
Oh, thank you. I echo everyone's appreciation. I think that something that's really unique about how Mount View does support for mental health is that in working with external partners, because I know for parents and some people who are from outside of communities, some districts hire school psychologists and things, and I think a lot of times the community doesn't recognize that that like it's really important they support organizations like CHAC, because Mountain View, that's how they provide the service of level of support for the kids, where they may falsely assume that, oh, actually that's like a district staffed position, and as related to that, I really do think that it really is a district's responsibility to, like you said, I'm proud that we are a supporter of funding, and if there's needs in CHAC to provide those services to our kids, it really is our duty to provide it, because in other districts, if there wasn't a CHAC, then it would be a district school psychologist that they'd be directly funding. So it's like, I think like, both of we as a district have a funding need, and the community needs to recognize that CHAC is providing the service to our kids.
I want to thank you for your appreciation, and I really want to commend, I have an amazing team at CHAC to provide these services that have been working extraordinarily creatively and very, very hard throughout this. It's extremely draining. It's been an unbelievably difficult year for just everybody, right? And so I appreciate the support, and I will certainly pass that on to the team back at CHAC.
Thank you. And I will close us out by echoing the thanks of my colleagues It's clear that this is a time of urgent need, and CHAC has really done its best to step up and fill that gap. And we know, I agree, that the tail end of the impacts of the pandemic are going to be seen for years. This is not something that is, let's give somebody a kit to talk about at home and they're fine. But I also especially value the work that CHAC does with parents, because what we have seen when we've looked at mental health for children, especially in the K-3 realm, the support for parents in supporting their children really seems to be one of the most effective strategies. And so that's work that schools have not traditionally done in terms of providing mental health supports for parents to address their children, but CHAC has really stepped into that process. So we appreciate your time coming to see us tonight, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you very much. I know.
All right. We will now move on to item 8B. I noticed a lot of people joining us as we were going through that last presentation, and in case you missed our discussion in the first 15 minutes of the meeting, item 9B was moved up from being an action item to being a discussion item. It was moved to 8B, and everything else was kind of pushed back a little bit. But at the same time, we cut items 2, 3, and 4 because we actually addressed them in a previous meeting. So the timing on things shouldn't have changed too much, but we will now have what was formerly 9B and is now 8B. It is an audit report, and I will turn it over to Dr. Westover, our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening. We should have a guest with us to present the audit. Let me just check if so. Our guest presenter is from our audit firm, Michael.
I do not see him in our participant list. I'm wondering if he didn't get the memo about the item being moved. Not that there was a memo. It was just a discussion during the agenda.
Give him just a moment.
Okay. You know, while we're waiting, I'll take a moment to say something that I forgot to say earlier, which is that the district is hiring noon duty assistants. I was going to remind Dr. Rudolph to bring this up. So if you or someone you know is interested in applying to be a noon duty assistant, which is helping to manage our students outside or during lunch on campus, please go to the district website. It's a position that we really want to add more people to because we're spreading out our kids on campus because of COVID.
So President Connolly, another thing that I didn't hear, and I think that people will be interested in, it looks like we have another check-in with the superintendent tomorrow. And so if people want to register for that, they could go onto our website, and that would be tomorrow at 3:30.
Yep, 3:30 p.m. And one of the lovely things about those superintendent check-ins is that there is a live Q&A with the superintendent. So if you have questions that might not be answered in our board meeting, it's a great time to talk with the superintendent and hear questions from the community. Dr. Westover, we've done our commercial breaks.
He said he is in the process of logging in right now.
Okay, thank you.
I can do
See him.
one more commercial break. Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're using an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación al español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usando una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en el menú de opciones.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Rudolph, would you mind making Michael a co-host?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. It's great to be here this evening. Which are we doing the district audit or the measured G&T audits first?
This is the district audit.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, can everybody see my
Yes.
screen? All right, perfect, perfect. Well, hello, thank you for inviting me to the meeting tonight. My name is Michael Ash. I'm a partner with Christie White Inc. I'm not the partner in charge for the district. That's Kyle Montgomery. Unfortunately, Kyle could not make it this evening, so I am stepping in his place. I have worked with the district before, so hopefully I can give a nice short presentation and then be able to answer any questions that you might have. So what is the audit report? And one thing for this year is a little bit different. You know, in the past, the financial audit is always due to the state December 15th, and then it's presented to the board by January 31st. So sometime in either December or January. And this year with COVID and everything got delayed. So the deadline was actually March 31st, but this district had everything ready. This report was finished sometime in January, so no issues there. So the audit report, the district responsibilities are to have some good internal controls and then preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. One thing that is a little confusing because it has our letterheads everywhere. A lot of times people think that it's the auditor's report, but actually it's the district report. So these are the district's financial statements, and then our responsibility as the independent auditors is to give opinions on the financial statement. So we give opinions on that, and the opinions do not address the financial condition of the district. So the first opinion that we give is on the financial statements themselves. And so on page 1 of the report, there's an opinion paragraph, and you can see it in this district. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. So that's an unmodified opinion. That's the best opinion that you can possibly have. That means that we're standing behind the financial statements as they are presented. So very good there. One thing that we do have to do our audits under, it's called government auditing standards. All school districts audits have to be done under them, and all that means is that, you know, there are some things that we have to do, but as far as the reporting goes, we're not giving an opinion on your internal controls, but if we do come across any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses over financial reporting and those internal controls, we do have to report them under what's called an audit finding. And again, I'm happy to say no significant deficiencies and no material weaknesses there. Another opinion that we give is federal compliance. So because the district spends over $750,000 in federal money during the year, we have to do what's called a single audit. And so this year we looked at CRF. There's the Coronavirus Relief Fund. There's a certain procedure that we have to go through to figure out which programs that we have to test each year. So this year it was CRF. There's a new program with the COVID relief funds. And again, unmodified opinion, no significant deficiencies, and no material weaknesses. And then finally, because you're a school district, each year there's a state audit guide that gets put out. And there's just a ton of procedures in there every year. So everything from, you know, attendance accounting through your school accountability report cards. Anytime there's a new funding source, the state usually wants us to look at it. So we do everything that's applicable to the district that's in that audit guide. And again, unmodified opinion, no significant deficiencies, no material weaknesses. So this is a very good report. It's been my experience that probably only, you know, maybe 10 to 15% of our audit reports have no findings. So for this audit report to have no findings, that's very good. So that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions that I can help answer?
Let's see if you can stop sharing your screen. Perfect. Are there questions from trustees? All right, we will open up public comment for this item then. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on the district audit report, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if there are any members of the public who would wish to comment. We do not appear to have any public comment on this item. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang and then Trustee Blakely.
Very quickly, just I think it's to the credit to Dr. Westover and your team for the professionalism and there's kind of the confidence of the work you do that the audit report came out so strong. Thank you.
And Trustee Blakely.
I basically wanted to echo the same notion. It's rare to see a completely clean audit, and I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to get one thanks to the staff and their hard work.
I agree. We appreciate all of your work, Dr. Westover, and Mr. Ash, thank you for joining us this evening. We will now move on to our next item, which is
Trustee Conley, I'm curious. We have 2 audits tonight, and I think Dr. Rudolph, when we reorganized in the beginning of the meeting, didn't realize that we had the T&G later. Is it possible to move his presentation? No.
It's not, because we already voted on the agenda.
No problem.
I'm sorry. So Mr. Ash, we will see you again when we get to item 8D, which has been moved to item 8E.
Okay.
We'll see you in a few hours.
Okay.
Hopefully not as long, but it could be a bit. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. We will now move on in item 8 to the Monte Loma Perimeter Control Work Group update. This will be a presentation by our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Westover.
Good evening. I have Marcus Hipster, who is the facilitator of the group here, to speak to the board to give an official update.
Good evening, board. Thank you all for having me tonight. I'm Marcus Hipser with HY Architects. We've been doing quite a lot of work with the school district, but in this particular instance, I have been asked to be the facilitator for this particular group, and I appreciate you guys doing that. Just a little bit about me, and I know this is not, this presentation isn't supposed to be about me, but just a little bit about me and my background. I've spent a lot of time working with community groups, trying to develop good solutions to complicated problems and with different perspectives. And there's clearly a lot of different perspectives at Monte Loma. There's a lot of passion in the group that's in this work group, and a lot of good conversations been coming out of the meetings that we've had. I don't have a presentation for you. I'm just going to talk a little bit, at least at this one. We only had our second meeting last night. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the process, about the participants, and a little bit about the next steps, and of course your questions. So there are, it's a good representation of the various different parts of the community. There's 2 from the city, there's 2 from the community, there are 2 parents, there are 2 teachers. Dr. Westover and the principal are all part of this group, and I've been helping guide it. The first meeting was really a get to know you meeting. We had a very ambitious agenda to cover a lot of things about use and conflicts and start to work on solutions, but really we got to what are the norms of the group and what are the objectives of the various different parties. And so that was a really good meeting. There was a lot of, I think there was a lot of getting a feel for each other within that first meeting. After some time, it took about 3 weeks to schedule the second meeting. We had to get everybody's calendars coordinated. The second meeting, we really got to work. We started talking about what were the uses of the park. We talked a lot about the various different ways that the different parts of the community use it. And again, my objective in terms of planning for this is to really understand how it's being used. Then once we understand how it's being used, talk about how those uses conflict with each other, and then come up with a resolution about how to resolve those problems, whether it's operational, whether it's fencing, whatever the solution is. And I've been making the joke, maybe the solution is inflatable fencing. I don't know what it is, but we're not trying to come to solutions right away. There's a lot of people want to get right to a solution, and I recognize that the district's objective was originally to, or is to, build fencing to secure the campus. My goal is to make sure that we're listening to all the voices before a solution is presented. Ultimately, we finished this last meeting with a conversation around what the conflicts are between the different uses. The variety of uses are obviously the school uses it for PE, the community uses it for our picnics and events. Frankly, there is so much use of that park. It's really kind of a wonderful thing to see. Both the community and the school really love to use that facility so well. We completed the meeting and with what the conflicts are, which is really a lot around timing. There are also security issues from the school's perspective, and the community's perspective is really not a great knowledge about. And it's not that they don't know, but there's not a lot of great communication from their perspective about what constitutes the park and what is school grounds and what are school hours and what is after hours. So we're going to be reviewing next week the joint use agreement, as well as some diagrams about where the uses are on the campus and to what the timing is around those. And we'll also be looking for next steps in terms of community outreach. So the various different members of the group are talking to their respective communities, but we're all also looking at ways for the broader community to provide input so that we can review that at the meetings and also maybe make a few community presentations to get additional feedback. So we got through the second meeting with the uses and the conflicts, as I mentioned. It feels like we're fairly close in the next meeting to hopefully start talking about solutions. My goal is to get this completed in 4 meetings, if at all possible. We've offered to the group, this will take as long as it needs to take, but making sure that we're also moving forward is extremely important to me, and that we don't get mired down in minutia or circular conversations that really don't get us push us forward. So far the group seems to have really coalesced and all seems to be moving forward together. It's been an interesting but challenging but rewarding experience so far.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hipser. I have observed both of the meetings to date, and your patience and calm demeanor. I was, almost interested if we could hire you as a teacher in our district. Because I appreciate the way that you carry yourself in the meetings. I'm sorry, members of the public, please turn off your camera. We only have our presenters and the board on camera. Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Yes, Trustee Wheeler.
Thank you. So one of the things I've talked with Superintendent Rudolph about, and probably Dr. Westover, is wanting to have a board agenda item where the trustees talk about their ideas about security, perimeter security and what that means. And I'm wondering, is this that meeting, or are we just talking about Mauna Loma today?
This item is agendized as talking about the Mauna Loma Parks process.
I will have some comments during comment time, but since I too have observed both of the meetings, the Mauna Loma Working Group meetings, I'll just wait for my comments later.
Are there other questions, Trustee Chang?
If everything goes the way you're envisioning time-wise and the number of meetings you see coming ahead, what's a rough date you would put on when you think this process would conclude?
That's that's a little difficult to say. I would love for these meetings to be 2 weeks apart. So we had our second meeting yesterday. I'd love for the next meeting to be 2 weeks from yesterday, and that was my objective, was to send out an invite for 2 weeks. Then 2 weeks after that would hopefully be the final meeting. Although I have to put a caveat on that. I'm letting the work group make those make recommendations in terms of what the timing looks like. I'm trying to guide and facilitate the process. I'm not trying to drive the process, other than to continue to move it forward is my objective. So as I understand it, there is, or as we've discussed it in these meetings, we do also have additional meetings where we're going to the community, perhaps the PTA, perhaps a community group, come back to the board for a discussion here. Maybe prior to a recommendation from the superintendent. That's a conversation that I'll have dealt with Dr. Webstover and the superintendent. We've also offered a potential meeting with the city council. Not sure that that's completely necessary, but those are the things that have been offered or discussed very briefly in the meeting. So if all goes great, we're talking about 4 weeks from now. If we have to do a few more meetings, maybe 6 to 8 weeks from now, we're looking at the end date. So I think that's a rough estimate of timeline that seems reasonable.
Are there other questions from trustees? Trustee Berman.
I feel like this was communicated somehow, but I may have missed it. I know that there was originally a Spanish-speaking parent on the first call, and I don't think I saw her on the second call. Can you just remind me what happened to that parent?
She was on the second call. The first call was difficult. We did not have the translation wasn't worked out at the first meeting. The second meeting, we did work out the translation features in the Zoom. We actually set it up as a webinar so that we could all participate. It was a little bit last minute, and I have not checked in with her to find out that she did get as much of the meeting as she needed to. I did not hear any comments from her. I did see one comment in the chat that she wasn't having any problems, if my Spanish is correct, which I don't speak Spanish, I speak a little bit of Italian, and that's about it. But I think she was saying she wasn't having any trouble. We are issuing the agenda and the minutes all in both English and Spanish so that she can participate that way. But we certainly want her to be able to participate actively in the meetings, and we are working toward that. Dr. Westover, do you want to add something to that?
Sure, just for clarification. So the first meeting we had interpretation set up like we do during our board meetings with the interpreting channel. We found that that wasn't a good enough solution for for somebody to participate. So we had 2 translators available for the second meeting. The intent was to have one in an interpretation channel and one on the phone with the parent. So that way anyone can listen to the translation, and then she could have somebody just for her to be able to translate on her behalf. We had a couple of hiccups, but we're continuing to work them out.
I just have a couple of questions real quick. And Dr. Westover, this might be a question more directed at you than Mr. Hibser. So in my experience, kind of on the city planning side of things, when we were looking at projects that had to do with the built environment or open space, we would often look for facilitators who actually had backgrounds in that area, for example, an architect or landscape architect or planner, because as the group is facilitated, if the person was not actually a content expert, the group could just end up going down a completely impossible lane that wasn't actually something that met state codes or requirements or construction feasibility. I'm wondering if that went into the decision making when we chose a facilitator as a district.
It did. Marcus is able to provide guidance when needed. And I think during the meetings themselves, he's been able to bring in particular things that he would be able to prepare for the group for review.
Thank you. And then another question I had, something that came up at the last meeting, kind of at the end, so I'm not sure it was really addressed in that working group meeting, was communication around the usage of the field this year with COVID. So I tried to go back and look at the times when we have, as a district, communicated to the public about the usage of the fields, especially because people didn't realize that we started our support pods, that we brought our McKinney-Vento, our homeless students, back to campus very early on, that we had support pods for essential workers as well through some of the outside groups that we contract with that were based on campus. So when I was looking back over it, I saw, for example, on Nextdoor, that by November, there were physical signs up at campuses, for example, at fields of campuses listing the hours during the day when the fields were not accessible because children were on campus. So I saw those were placed at least by November. I think we sent out announcements in December as a district on Facebook or Nextdoor. I'm not sure. It might be that Ms. Hausman can speak to that, our public information officer. On March 2nd, we shared an announcement with the city to post on Nextdoor, since they have citywide access on Nextdoor versus just neighborhood access, about students being on campus soon. Is there any other outreach that we've done to let people know that we have had children on campus this year and when they can be on the field space while we've had children and teachers on campus?
Oh, there's Shelley.
No, I think, Ms. Conley, you got most of it. We have asked to partner with the city to have them help us out with some of these notifications through Nextdoor. We're still in the process of doing that, but we just tried to get it into newsletters and just put it out informally wherever we could.
I think the principal, Principal Lee, said that she had sent information about the school reopening to the neighborhood association as well. Are there any other questions from trustees before we move to public comment? All right. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 if you're on a phone. And if you're on a phone, when it's your turn to unmute, you press *6 to unmute. I'm gonna wait about 20 seconds to see how many people would like to comment, and then I will allocate time for public comments accordingly. All right, I see that we have 2 people who would like to comment on this item. So they will both have 3 minutes for their comment. We will get a timer set up, and then I will ask each of you individually to unmute yourselves. And the board did receive a written public comment on this item, just so everyone in the audience knows. We've all read those comments ahead of time. All right, Mr. Zorski, I saw your hand go up first. You may unmute yourself and you have 10 minutes to address the board.
Thank you very much, Ms. Connolly. I expected 2 minutes, so I have a good speech. I want to talk first. Due to an illness in her infancy, my daughter attended Monte Loma as a kindergartner with no hearing in one ear and an 80% hearing loss in another. It was assisted through her elementary and high school years through the structure of an IAP, and it greatly helped her. I can very much relate to the feelings, fears, and concerns of many parents who struggle to see their kids try to achieve what comes naturally to other people. And I'll always be grateful for the talented and dedicated teachers of the district like Anita Brown, Kathy Bauer, Vesta Jentz, and Liz Mogans, who helped my daughter get to where she is in life today. From my personal contacts with the people of the district, I've become acquainted with people who are both hardworking and dedicated. And I realize that at this time, there are more pressing issues that the district has to deal with than the safety and accessibility of Monte Loma Park. Still, this said, this issue is important to many. Although the district's working group meetings, in my opinion, have thus far off to a very rough start, I believe this venue can still produce positive results. To me, this means providing more structure to the meetings, more advanced notice to people. It means creating a more respectful environment where people do not feel demeaned or attacked in an environment where there's not enough discipline. It means recruiting representatives that are better grounded in school operations at Monte Loma and have done this. It means soliciting the opinions of a broader range of experiences that can bring more ideas to the forefront. For instance, it would be nice to hear from a parent from the neighborhood who shares the safety concerns of other parents while also understanding the importance of the park and their families to the families and the communities that live there. As I said, I fully understand that there are larger challenges. At the same time, If this issue cannot be dealt with and given the necessary bandwidth to allow all parties to be constructively heard, then I think that postponing it is a better thing than to go on in a rushed, half-cocked manner. I realize that this is a difficult task, but I also realize that this is a group of very capable individuals, and if given the opportunity to give it their best, they will achieve that. They will achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zorski. We will now move on to Robin Lynn. We'll get the timer reset for you, and you may unmute yourself.
Hey there, thanks so much for the time. And yeah, I've been, I don't know how much, I've been attending the city strategic planning meetings. And it was really interesting because to me, one of the really glaring things that are that's missing seems to be any mention of great schools, you know, a prioritization of schools. It just struck me because I remember seeing it on one of the a suggestion from the moderator or whatever that company is, you know, prioritizing that, and yet it didn't seem to get any traction with council members or the public for that matter. And it really makes me sad to see that, actually. And I wonder how we can do better. And one thing is I feel really disconnected from the school district. I feel disconnected from the trustees who I believe I voted for. I believe that you five are empowered through by us, the voters of Mountain View, or that live in the district. And I guess I feel that this is just such a missed opportunity to have closer communication, not just with parents, not just with people associated with the district directly, but with the community. And I hope things will get better. I understand there have been a lot of efforts made to communicate and attempts at trying to get the message out. I can say that I'm not getting anything. It almost, you know, at some point, effort does count for a lot, but results also count. Like, if you aren't reaching the community, how can you do better? And I really, you know, I definitely appreciate a lot of the effort. I understand that there are so many other things going on, and in other times, there would just be a lot more thoughtfulness and mindfulness about this. But at the same time, I, as a community member, and I don't think any of us in the community are dictating this timeline. It seems very much we are working on whatever timeline the district is on. And so on some level, I do think that, yes, you have all done a lot of, tried hard to communicate with the community. And yet it's not landing. And I hope, as you five trustees, you are a connection to the district. I hope you will help us get better communication, that we will be all working for the same thing, which I think we all want, right? Great schools, really educated kids, just a good future. And I thank you all, and take care.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. I did see an additional hand pop up. Normally we allocate 10 minutes for public comment. We only had 2 speakers, so we went to 6 minutes. So I am going to allow the third hand that appeared to speak for 3 minutes as well, but we will not be taking any speakers past that, because that will put us over the time that had been allocated for public comment. So Kate, you may unmute yourself to address the board.
Good evening, and thank you. I have probably attended as many of these meetings as most of you have. And I'd just like to talk a little bit about communication. At 7:30 this morning, there were 2 different sets of signs in the park with 2 different sets of times on them. And there was a 3rd sign that still said that this was a city park. The signs did not talk about fields, it talked about school property, with no indication of what that meant. Yesterday at the meeting, Dr. Westover was kind enough to say that yes, the tot lot could be used, but there was no indication of how one could access legally the tot lot given 2 sets of instructions. And I point all of this out to show, again, kind of the total lack of communication, which ends up meaning lack of trust in the community. And I think a lot of us would like to help you. A lot of us would like to have a park, but I'm not on Nextdoor and I'm not on the Facebook page. And there is nothing that I can see in the park that indicates what's going on, why it's going on, and what's really expected of us as community members. So that would be my plea to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right, trustees, we will go back to our gallery view. Are there comments from trustees? I know Trustee Wheeler said earlier that she had comments, in effect raising her hand first.
I'm happy to let Trustee Chang go first.
Okay, Trustee Chang.
I appreciate all the work people are putting into the work group, and I will withhold having I want to keep an open mind for the recommendations to the work group. So I'm not going to say anything about the opinion about what Monte Loma perimeters should be like, because I want to hear what the work group has to say. But I do want to speak to our colleagues on the board about process. I'm concerned that this is one of those areas where, as an elected body, we could have played a different role in this. So, the voters only have one group of representatives, which is the 5 trustees. And, in this process, the community has gone to 10 hours of hearings to present to the city council on an issue the city council doesn't control, and has not had a chance to speak directly to the body here. And I very much recognize that, this is my 16th year teaching, and I've seen committees do magical work where committees can help expand people's chance to be heard. I've also seen that sometimes committees can be more frustrating and kind of be like pulling off a slow Band-Aid and actually make people feel more exhausted rather than more recognized. And as an elected body, I also know that as an elected body, we can make a decision too quickly and then also be making people not feel heard. But we could also, as their representatives, make decisions, not put staff in this pressure point. I begin to feel it's inappropriate for staff to be becoming unpopular with parents. The only people who really should be unpopular in a community on a difficult decision should be the elected people. And people have a choice to choose new trustees if that comes to that. But we've reached a strategic decision in this district now to, when it's a controversial issue, the board steps back and has the district staff process it. And then when it comes to the board, it comes to the board as a final recommendation with the momentum behind that. And at that point, the board really hasn't, I know many of us have been going to listen to the meetings, but those aren't our meetings. So when they say we're the final decision maker, the people aren't speaking to us. So I really would, this is, the horse is out of the gate, but then I would have wished that this could have been a process where the board would have agendized it, would have called exhaustive hearings for the public to be heard by us, and where I think we could have diffused this and let the staff focus on things like reopening and construction. And this really is a public issue. I don't believe it's an issue of it really comes down to what is the spirit of what we see as community space and what we see as school safety. And I thought that was our prerogative. So other than that comment there, I look forward to hearing the final recommendations of the committee.
I appreciate your comments, Trustee Chang. I did want to point out that this was agendized perimeter control update on November 5th. So it was before you were on the board, but it was after you were elected to the board. And it was a 40-minute agenda item. I believe it actually went past that. But I am glad that we are having this conversation tonight so that we can also discuss it again and the public can have an opportunity to address the board again. Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate your comments, Trustee Chang. Board President Conley, I do not feel like the November meeting that you're describing was an inclusive meeting that was showed interest in hearing from the trustees. So I have been frustrated through this whole process that I feel like this has been a solution in search of a problem. And, I said a long time ago, maybe at the November meeting, that I wanted to have things slow down because I think we needed and we need more and better input from the community. Even in the materials tonight, the language of the agenda item is, we are going to have fences and here's the report for what happened at the Montaloma meeting. So I think that's, starting, from the wrong perspective. I think, everybody wants to talk about perimeter security and safety for our kids, but I think we're going at it the wrong way. And so, Trustee Chang, I appreciate you saying that. Regarding the Montaloma working group, I have attended both of those meetings as an observer. And, I don't know what's going to come out from those meetings, but I would like to comment publicly that just as, many of us know former school board member Bill Lambert, who's been following this issue for a long time, the Montaloma fencing issue. And another former trustee popped up yesterday, and I saw that he entered the meeting today. So a 8-year school board member, our last school board member from Montaloma School, Phil Palmer, was in attendance in that meeting yesterday too. And I thought he made some really good comments, in the written portion of the meeting. And one comment he made, and I don't know the answer to it, so I am publicly throwing it out there for, consideration by Dr. Westover or Dr. Allende or whoever is doing it. I didn't have time to go over there today to look at it, but there's a lot of people in Montaloma who know that school better than I do. And former Trustee Palmer made a suggestion that, if you're worried about school safety and safety for some students who, what we heard yesterday is some children have a hard time, staying on campus without, further help. So they were called elopers. I don't know how many they are, maybe 5% of the students at Montaloma. And, some definite interest in, the safety of those kids. So former Trustee Palmer suggested that, well, why don't you put a fence around the playground and, gates and locks, and keep the field open. So, and the third thing I'd like to say is, one of the things this whole discussion has shown me is how different all of the schools are. So I know that in some schools, a lot of the parents really want fences, and in some schools, parents don't want fences. And in Montaloma, it's like it's a unique situation where it's this fairly small city park that is also used by the school. So, if it's used by the school from 7:30 to 4, I think the neighborhood would like to know that, have that bright line. And what I've heard from some neighbors is they would be happy to help educate their neighbors about the school use during the school day. And, keep the fields open though, no fencing around the fields. And like I say, former trustee Palmer making that suggestion about fencing around the playground. So I would at least like to take a look at that.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Berman.
Thank you. I have three things. One is I feel like we have been discussing this at our board meetings, at least in November. I think we've discussed it at a couple of other ones, and now it's agendized. And so I'm glad that we are discussing it, and I think that's appropriate, but I don't feel like we've been in a silo. But of course, I respect other people's opinions, so I'm glad we're talking about it today. My second comment is on the signage. There have been, for many years, and I think we've acknowledged this at other meetings, at almost all of our campuses, there's conflicting signage. Some like it on the Latham side of Castro and Mistral, there's two different signs that are like 3 feet apart that say different things. One's the city, one's the school district, same at Landals, you know, and I think at a lot of our schools. So I would like to get our signage act together better and, you know, get the proper signage up. I know we were working in concert with the city to clarify that. And I know, as a couple of other trustees have acknowledged, the focus right now really needs to be on getting our schools reopened smoothly and getting that going. But at some point in the next few months, I would love to get our signage act together. Perhaps it's over the summer. I'd like to see it sooner if that's possible. And this is not the first time that we've had signage issues. When Dr. Clark was here, I remember a couple of summers ago, there were issues. So I look forward to getting some more clarity for everybody's expectations on signage. And then the last thing is, when Trustee Chang was questioning Mr. Hibzer about the timing, I want this process to take as long as it needs to take. And so I know you're probably trying to manage expectations, but if it takes more meetings and more time for input and considering more different solutions, it sounds like they're just beginning to get to the potential solution piece. I think we should allow it to take the time that it needs. I don't want to drive like, well, we want to get this done by May 1st or whatever it is. I don't want that focus. I want it to take the time that it needs. And I know some of these solutions, I want to keep an open mind as well, but we proposed different solutions. The district had, with the architects, had proposed different solutions about the fencing, about potential fencing before, different configurations. You know, the idea of just putting fencing around the playgrounds has, I know, come up before, and perhaps there will be other ideas. And I want to make sure that we have the time to generate those ideas, to consider them carefully, and for everybody to process it. So I really want to make sure that this takes as long as it needs to take, and I don't want to drive it to an end just to get closure as soon as possible. So I'm hoping we'll get some really good solutions out of that. So thank you. That's my comments.
Trustee Berman.
So Trustee Blakely said a couple of things that I was going to mention. One, yes, it will be really nice to have some clarity around that signage. I know the school district has posted some, and it sounds like the city has posted some. So somehow down the line, it would be nice to sort of reconcile everything and make sure that all of that is really clear for our neighbors. And yes, I agree about, you know, this group needs to take as much time as it needs to. And that being said, I want to make sure that everyone who is participating in this group realizes and recognizes that this could take a little bit of time. In observing the meetings, I didn't quite get the feeling that everyone was really, really committed for something long term. So I think I'd like to know that everyone who's participating in this group recognizes that this really could take a little bit of time. And yesterday it came up to sort of remind everyone what the norms are. So I'd like to see in these groups a little bit more informing going on, and respect for everyone's point of view, and acknowledging that hearing everyone's thoughts and needs for this space could take time. And I want to come up with something I would love the group to come up with something that's really going to be something that's going to work and something that's going to be effective for everybody involved. And I appreciate everyone who's participated. This is a really big task. And I know that they feel the weight of the Montaloma community, the school, the neighbors, resting on them to come up with a good decision or a strong proposal. I will also add that I think that we could do better in terms of our communication. I feel like there's been some efforts, and for some reason, everything just kind of takes a little bit longer than we anticipate. And then it sort of feels like it ends up being last minute. And so I think we really need to listen to our neighbors. And I live in Montaloma. I feel like we need to listen to our neighbors in Montaloma in the way that they get their messages. How do you get these important messages? And let's make sure we're communicating with our neighbors in that way. And there are a lot of community members in Montaloma that are willing to help to spread the word, to support the message that we want to send out, so that people do get it in a timely manner. So I think I'd really like to see us sort of work on our communication, especially with groups I've heard from many people who are just not connected to Facebook or Nextdoor. So just, thinking about those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. I will just add my comments. So at our board meeting on August 20th of last year, I brought up fencing and perimeter controls. And I said then that I was concerned about having community input and communicating it out to the broader public, because I didn't think that members of the public would understand that we were moving forward on fencing if we had not actually had that process in place. And I said, this could be like Cooper Park. I remember being the League of Women Voters observer of the board when there was controversy about the district building teacher housing on Cooper Park, and we ended up not having that done. I did bring this back up again on September 17th at our board meeting, again, pointing out that when we planned fencing, it needed to be a community input process because it was going to be a big change. And so I was very relieved on November 5th when it became an agendized board item, because I had been asking for it for months and months and months. And then in that November 5th meeting, I think Trustee Wheeler, you had asked for a mediation process for Montaloma specifically, but unfortunately there was not board support for that. 3 of the board members, you, Trustee Blakely, and I supported having at least a working group for Montaloma moving forward. And that was the direction that was given by a majority board of the board at that time. So I understand how frustrating this process can be as an elected leader, because I have been very frustrated. I am happy that we have a working group in place now. And as many of the trustees had pointed out, I want to make sure not to prejudge potential solutions, because I think the voices of our community members, our 2 community members serving on that group, the voices of our staff, the voices of our principal, of the city representatives, all of those voices are and our parents are very important in informing the solution. I don't think I have a magic solution in my brain for this. And I actually don't expect one individual to have a magic solution in their brain for this. I think this is going to have to be a messy, sticky, hard, collaborative process. And I'm glad that we have started doing that. And I really appreciate, I've been to a lot of community input meetings for stuff like this in the past when I was living and working in Berkeley, living in San Francisco. And I appreciate Mr. Hibser's welcoming approach to working with stakeholders who are really passionate and have really different views of what's going on. I agree that I would like our signage to effectively communicate to the public the hours. And I think there might be a simple fix, which is that even though there are signs from the district and signs from the city on the site, and we won't necessarily be going out to remove city signs, we could just put a posted date for the most recent signs we put up. If it says simply posted March 2nd, 2021, people will know that it's the most recent applicable guidance for that site. And that might just be our intermediate measure until the working group process has been completed and we can have sort of more permanent finalized signage installed, just to indicate this is the one that's most recent. I agree with Trustee Berman that people get their information in different ways. I think social media is a great way to push things out. I think sharing with the neighborhood association, which sends things out via email, is great. And I think signage at the actual site is also a really important step, because for many users, that's the only thing they see. And I agree with the majority of trustees that I would like to see this process take as long as it needs to take. I do want to see it moving forward. I'm attending all of the working group meetings so that I can be apprised of what's going on. But I think we're in it now, and so let's let it work. I don't want to undermine the working group. I met with a lot of community members before the working group started and said, you know what, now the working group is coming forward. They're going to begin this process. I don't want to undermine their work, so I'm going to step back for a little bit and watch the working group. And I was happy to hear that the working group is going to be setting up a community input process so that people can email their comments and concerns to the whole working group. One last thing I'd like to note is that in the facilitation, which I appreciate, even members of the group were pointing out, let's go back to our norms. Let's make sure we review why we're here and how we're going to communicate with each other and the assumptions we make about each other. I thought that was incredibly positive to see the working group members bringing that forward. I am concerned about our Spanish-speaking parent representative and her participation, and I'm wondering if it means that there needs to be a structure in place that makes sure for big questions that are posed to the group, like what are the uses, that as the responses are going through, possibly Mr. Hipster could keep track and make sure to call on people who had not spoken up after, there are people who are ready to go, who are ready to say what they want to say. There are people who are listening and processing and taking that time, but to make sure that each person gives input for those big questions. When we talk about conflicts, making sure each person has the opportunity to get input. And that could be as simple as saying, I want to hear from our member who has not spoken yet. What is your opinion of this process? And lastly, I want to thank all of the working group members. This is, we ran for office and got elected and served kind of under the public microscope, if you will. But it is a different thing to be a neighbor or a parent or even, an instructional aide, and to step up to the plate to serve your community, and something that's going to be really challenging and where there's really opposing viewpoints and people can watch you is hard. And so I want to thank everyone who's participating for their time and the work and the energy they're putting into it. I hope you stay with it and continue to put forward your faith and energy in the process so that we can find whatever sort of group discussed and collaborative solution we can. Trustee Chang. Oh, Dr. Rudolph and then Trustee Chang.
Just want to just highlight a couple things real quick. The working group has had 2 meetings, and I think our expectations are extremely high to have a solution after 2 meetings. And, I understand everyone's frustration, but, I've said this, I said it at the first meeting, I wasn't there yesterday, but, we are committed that it is going to take a quite deal of time. And, I emailed a couple of people who sent letters in and saying, like, we have to let our grievances drop and we have to look towards the collective good of the group. And that means that we have to put some of those assumptions about what people's motives are sort of to the side. So for instance, trustees, I know you saw all of the postcards that are going out. And yet, those postcards are going to be mailed across the city, highlighting all the construction projects. There is an email work group where community members, especially from Montaloma, can be put up to date, where that information is shared with them. Obviously, it has its own website where now the videos that are recorded, as well as any updates, are put up there. There is a communication that is sent to City Council, right? And so in the heat of the moment, we often sit here and we point to sort of the deficits. But if we think about where we have come since we've announced this working group to all the things that are actually transpiring, I think it's worth saying or acknowledging, like, this is not easy work. It's not something that's going to occur quickly. And if it was easy, and if we could find a solution on day one, we would have already presented the solution and we'd be moving on to something different. But it's not there, right? There are competing interests across the board, from teachers who wrote to the board that said they want safety, to the community members who want to be able to walk the field, to COVID or reopening plan, which requires a large part of the field to be used moving forward because we have to keep our kids separated. And so I just want to put that out there to say, like, this is a work in progress and we'll keep evolving and sort of rearranging ourselves. But I don't want us to lose sight of, like, we recognize and we have been addressing the communication issues, which is why the postcards are coming, which allow you to sign up. We have those other if you want to stay up to date, you can sign up for the email. We have the website, in addition to the Facebook and social media stuff, right? But it probably will be like this going into the summer. Unfortunately, Marcus, I know you want it in 4 meetings, but it probably will be like this going into the summer, and it probably will take, the summer for us to sort of let the stress to drop a little bit before we can actually move forward. And I know in the timeline that I shared with the board, I actually predicted that we would probably be close to a recommendation somewhere around December, not actually in the next 4 weeks, right? And so please, keep all of that in mind as this group works, and allow them to really, they're in sort of that storming phase where, they created some norms and now they're just storming, trying to figure out how to come back to the norms. So before they can really move forward, they have to get through this part. And I think we're doing the group a disservice by not acknowledging that that's just where they are, and that it's going to take some time before they can start to move forward, because they have to get past the emotional baggage that exists within them, which is really about, like, my needs supersede your needs. And really all of our needs it's a collective need that sort of exists together that we just have to address as a group. And we will get to it, and we're committed to getting to it. And I know the community members and city staff are committed to getting into it. So I just wanted to stress that for the board and also for the community, because there's a lot of effort going into trying to make this work. And we should, I think we should venerate the members who have volunteered their time to be on this very tough committee. And if, just remember, it took us 3 years to get boundaries together. So we should assume that fencing will probably be just as arduous or just as long of a task. But there are needs that we have to address on every single side, including student safety and including the public's access after hours. And some of those issues are also out of our control. We don't control the fact that it's used on the weekends primarily for sports when the community wants to use it for other things, right? And know that negotiation will also have to be a part of the process.
Trustee Chang, did you still have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to clarify when I was asking that question about timeline. I too don't want to rush the process. I just ask a little wrinkle for our board members to consider is, as long as people are coming to the meetings all willing to evolve their thinking, the process should take as long as it takes, as long as all people are going to it with that good faith of trying to like as Dr. Rudolph said, trying to work to find that solution. But if we ever do reach a place where members are not changing their minds, then that becomes a political decision. And then at that point, further committee work just riles up a community, and then a tough decision will need to be made, and we would live with the trade-offs, and people can elect their officials as they wish. But I do think that we need to be watch for that. And I am equally confident as Dr. Rudolph that these people are, it's a very impressive committee, and I believe that all of them are going in with the interest of evolving their thinking to find a solution. This is quickly a last comment about the field and the posting about what do we do to communicate to the community that the fields are off limits during school hours. The best way to do that is to use the fields. So I think it's really confusing regardless of what signs we have. If the fields are empty, people will go on them. So as you know, I'm very excited this idea that now that with reopening, if we make full use of our acreage and get the kids outside, I think a lot of people will not be on the fields. And I think during the pods, it was confusing for people because we would message that they stay off the fields, but there are a lot of pods that didn't really take their kids out to the field. So just for supervision reasons, they didn't really take their kids too far away from their zone. So when we tell the community don't use the fields and the community sees it lay fallow, I think that's difficult, both spiritually and even no matter what a sign says. But if we use the fields, I don't think we'll have a problem.
I have to say, so I live right across from Castro Park, and I watch that field, and I have seen that is one of the first sites we brought kids back to was Mistral and Castro, because we brought back our homeless students, and I have seen them on the tarmac and the play structure and the field, and I have seen community members walk onto the field with a dog off leash and throw a Frisbee while the pods are there. So as much as I would like to think that it would be the case that when children are seen, people don't come on, unfortunately, I've seen it repeatedly. And just the example that Dr. Rudolph gave at the very beginning of this meeting, that at Stevenson, kids were out on the field and somebody came on with their Doberman Pinscher today to walk them and was very upset, and the MVPD had to help remove them from the site. I think, unfortunately, we would like to hope that the student presence means people don't come on, but it is not always the case. Now that all of our schools are very active and have balloons and signs everywhere, maybe that will help. But I really implore the public to please keep our children safe. I know that a lot of people who use the fields may not have children in the district right now, and it may be the only open space that is easily accessible to them during the day. And so there is a real tension and struggle here. We don't want to invalidate that as a district. But at the same time, we have our kids on the school sites right now. So we need your help as well. All right, on that note, we will move on to our next item. This is the strategic plan update. It is going to be a very long item. So trustees, I'm curious if one, anybody would like to make a motion about the length of our meeting today, and two, if we should take a short bio break at this time after that.
I think we should do both of those things. So I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting until 11. Does that sound reasonable?
Do we think that will be long enough?
Yeah, I think it's too early to say how much time we're going to need. So when I started the meeting today, I thought 11 o'clock was going to be realistic. And now I think longer. So I would suggest 11:30. And I do think the break is a good idea.
I second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, we will extend the meeting till 11:30 p.m. Yes, Trustee Blakely?
I'm supportive of extending it. I mean, adding up the minutes on the agenda, but I would also ask each of us to be cognizant, not to not share your comments, but let's, to the extent we can, keep it concise. Let's try to do that.
My goal is 10:30 p.m. because we make our best decisions when we are spry and awake. But if it goes longer, we'll do the work. That's what we're here for. But hopefully earlier. I will see you back, trustees. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:05 for the strategic plan. Look at you, you're all back early. All right. Our next item is the strategic plan update. And before we dive in, trustees, I did want to point out that this is an update. It is not a finalization of any of the content areas. It's really an opportunity for us to hear about what's happened and give some input on it. And I want to remind you that on April 24th, we will be having a board retreat looking at goals for next year, where I think a lot of this is going to come into play in terms of what are our short-term next steps. So just to put that out there before we dive in and learn about where we are now. And we'll have a presentation from our superintendent, Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Share this. Oops, sorry, wrong share. Okay. All right. So we're going to dive into the strategic plan update. I have a bunch of co-presenters with me who are going to help speed the process along. They are really the architects of the deck, which is why it is substantially shorter than when it is me, which will help to speed up the process, in my opinion. So I look forward to turning it over to them in just a second. I do want to point out just real quick, I forgot to mention this when I was talking about the perimeter fencing. We have worked with the city to update all of the signs, the metal ones that are attached to the school signs or to the school fences, and we will be replacing all of those that highlight it's a joint partnership, and then also to acknowledge that it is off use. So those signs are coming. I believe they were just sent to the printer or in the process of being sent to the printer as we speak. All right, so let's talk about our strategic plan. So we have been, just to go back in history, we originally wanted to start this right at this, right when school, a year ago, when school shut down. And we started the process essentially right after the start of the school year as a result of, just a transition to deal with the pandemic. And so we've looked at this in 3 different phases: an analysis phase, a strategy development phase, and which are the first 2 phases. And now we are heading into phase 3, which is actually the action planning. One of the goals here is to do a sort of a temperature check to make sure that we are on the right track. So as you remember, we did an assessment across the district. We looked at the test results as well as other data points. We then came back and started defining the vision and sort of mission and outcomes. The board approved a framework as well as goals. And now we are saying, well, based off of the framework that you've developed, here are the action items we believe that are going to get us to that particular point. And the board retreat is really to align the board's goals, annual goals, with the actual strategic plan. So having this information and thinking about, so what is it that we want to see as success criteria for the district at the end of the first year, based off of the items that we said we're going to accomplish. So this is a 6-year plan, unlike the first strategic plan, which is a 5-year plan. This is being done strategically. Our LCAP, which is a state mandated plan, is on a 3-year cycle. Our strategic plan originally was on a 5-year cycle, which meant that we would have had to rewrite the LCAP in its final year to realign with our strategic plan. And so now by creating it as a 6-year plan, that means that 2 LCAPs cycles will actually capture the full strategic plan. And so at the end of the second LCAP, when we are redoing the strategic plan, we also will be creating a new LCAP. And so that is a very intentional effort across our board. It's also a big learning experience for us when I first arrived, which is in 2015, and we were looking at the first strategic plan, and we didn't take that into consideration. Part of that also is that the LCAP was new, and we weren't sure if the LCAP was actually going to remain as a part of the planning process. And the other thing is that we also want to continue to build on our strategic plan. So I would say that this strategic plan, as you're going to hear, is a more aspirational strategic plan, whereas the first one was a foundational strategic plan. Again, we can go back and look at the district quality review, which was our assessment, and the school quality reviews. And what you will find are a lot of the areas of concerns that were brought up have actually been addressed, but most of those were foundational things about how do we address EL learners? How do we deal with reclassification? How do we, what are we doing to improve test scores? How do we make sure that more kids are getting into advanced classes, right? So all of that was the foundational items that we had. How do we reduce overrepresentation in special ed? So all those were foundational items. Now we're coming to the point where there are new topics that have arisen, things like social emotional health, how do we create career ladders for individuals? And so that is really important for us. So we were very fortunate that we had 1,134 respondents to our survey. We also will be comparing those results to the LCAP survey to make sure that, that the two are sort of aligned, because we've surveyed parents now twice. We've also facilitated input sessions with district-wide groups, PTA leaders, DLAC, DAC, MVEF, in order to get feedback. There were interviews that were conducted with board members, and then we've obviously had facilitated strategy sessions at the beginning of the year. So again, I mentioned this before, on October 1st, we presented a framework and we came up with 5 major goal areas, which I'm going to talk about briefly. Then we got input from the framework. We've since identified the goals, and on November 16th, the board approved the goals as well as the objectives. And now we've been working hard to create the actual initiatives. So where are we at? So first, we came up with 5 goal areas: effective and consistent instructional practices that meet the students' needs. This is different because the first strategic plan actually had student achievement and then achievement gaps as separate items. One piece of feedback that we heard clearly from all stakeholders is that really the two should be united, and that we need to stop calling out the deficit and start thinking about how do we help all kids succeed, not just one particular subset of students. Also new this year is social emotional health. There's no place in the previous strategic plan where SEL was sort of called out. Now it is a very intentional effort for there. Inclusive and welcoming culture is actually part of is one of the old frameworks that were there. In active, effective, and engaged employees sort of is a new twist on human capital. And then obviously, sorry, I got to move. I can't see there we go. Equitable distribution of resources that support student success. I think this is going to be one of those items where COVID actually will have a profound impact on it, because the way that we're thinking about equity is totally different than what we were thinking about before. And I'll talk about that in a second. But also sort of an underpinning of all this are the cultural awareness, the equitable resources, and the student ownership of learning that sort of sit and are embedded into each of these 5 goal areas. And from there, we established objectives. And so I'm just going to flash through these real quick, because I think the groups, as they present, will talk a little bit more about these. And so we really identified a couple of goals, right? The first one is we really want to capitalize or align the work that's underway. We want to, originally the process that we had when we first started the strategic plan, there were board goals that were separate from the strategic plan goals. And so we had these 2 goals sort of going. Our goal is to align all of those items so that the board goals and the strategic plan are all aligned, and that those goals actually drive the annual board goals actually drive the work. I do want to point out that all leaders' evaluation tools are actually tied to accomplishing what the board goals are. And so every leader is held accountable for their ability to push the strategic plan forward. And that is a part of the rubric, and so that we have. We also are cognizant that there are internal and external factors that are creating pressure for this work to begin. Obviously, when we think about equitable resources, how do we make sure that kids have access to internet? I know Trustee Conley presented on this earlier today, but how do we make sure that we conquer the digital divide for our students when we talk about equitable access, right? And so that's part of the strategy that we have. That also creates opportunities for us. There are partners, there are supporters who are ready to move forward. Obviously, we heard earlier today, social emotional health and the ability to partner with CHAC, but also to explore other opportunities where we can sort of continue to capitalize on the will of the community. And then expectations, I will say that there have been individuals who have been waiting for actions to occur under certain items similar to the idea of why aren't we focusing on social emotional learning that has been popping up for the last couple of years. And so now we have the opportunity to sort of address that. So part of the considerations that we have is one of the learnings that we clearly took away from the first strategic plan is that we want to balance our initiatives. We don't want to take on too much, but we also don't want to do too little. We want to have requirements for new resources. As I said earlier when we started this process, the strategic plan should change the way that the district operates. It should not be a list of things that the district does. If it only lists the action items that we do, then it's really just an operational plan. The strategic plan will forever change the way that it works. And the best example of this is RTI. Our RTI process is very unique to our district. It obviously costs $1.5 million at the elementary schools. I think the total cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 million when you tackle K through 8. But it changed the way that our teachers operated. It changes the way that our parents look at our school, and it changes the way that we address our students' needs in real time, right? And so that is a good example of something that of a strategic item that has impacted the way that we operate. And I think that is one of the things that we're sort of looking for. All right. And so also new this year, or new with this strategic plan, is the assignment of leaders. So each group, each goal item has been assigned to a particular leader. It does not mean that there isn't crossover in terms of what we should expect. So a good example of this is when we think about developing a competency-based SEL model. If Karen Jimbo decides, the best way to do this is to adopt a SEL curriculum that is implemented, well, that obviously falls under Kathy Bauer's realm, because she is the one who does the curriculum adoptions, or her team does the curriculum adoptions. And so we need to make sure that we're meeting the California guidelines, or that we're following the appropriate adoption process for that, right? And so there's even though we have leads, there's just crossover for everyone. The way that this process worked, this again is reflective of the hard work of the group, and not so much of me saying, here's what we need to do. And so the way that it looked is that each leader was assigned their particular area, and then those leaders drafted their team based off of the skill set that they had, or people who demonstrated passion on particular areas. And so that is actually how the groups were formed, and they have reported very positive outcomes about the work that we're seeing. And they've also were intentional about making sure that people who were engaged in this work also brought in different perspectives for each group. And so what you are going to hear today are presentations from each member and about the work that they did. And then obviously when you talk to them, you will be able to get more information about what their particular area has. And so I would just encourage you, when we get to the question part, that you want to pose your questions to the leader, and then they will inform the team. And I believe the whole team, each team member is here tonight, and so all of them will be able to answer. But we will start off with goal area 1, which is Chief Academic Officer Bauer.
So thank you. So Dr. Rudolph, are you going to keep presenting and then just move the slides?
I can, as long as you tell me next slide.
I can do that. Okay. So this is my team, or our team that worked on goal area 1. You can see a variety of expertise in areas including administrators and members of the Educational Services Department. Next slide. So for goal area 1, our first objective was to establish a culturally relevant instructional system aligned toward high school readiness. And within that, we've come up with 3 strategic initiatives. The first one being we want to improve the quality of instruction by developing a rigorous and culturally relevant instructional program that is consistently implemented. And the program will define high quality, culturally relevant teaching strategies that we will expect to see in use in all classrooms after extensive professional development and providing ongoing coaching. And our goal in developing this program is that it will ensure a coherent approach to instruction rather than kind of what we've been following, which is introducing a series of unrelated initiatives every few years, and it's hard to maintain those. And so this is something that we want to be consistent as we move forward. Our second initiative is to design and implement a highly coordinated college and career readiness program for all students beginning in elementary school. Having a college and career readiness program sets the expectation that preparation for high school and career starts when students enter our district. It's our vision is that this program will expose students to things like careers, mentoring, academic and career counseling, colleges, college readiness, among other things. And then our third objective is to develop programs to increase opportunities for underrepresented students to reach high levels of academic success. We really want to identify programs and activities that will help underrepresented students ignite excitement for learning and give them access to diverse experiences and opportunities. This initiative would also, in our vision, include or build upon partnerships with local organizations to provide expanded learning opportunities. So next slide. So some of our research, when we were out looking and researching about this objective, really finding a lot of information about making sure that we're creating conditions, social, emotional, and cognitive, that allow students to more actively engage and take ownership of the learning process. In the end, we want to see students leave us being flexible learners who can readily transfer information and strategies to new tasks. Having students and staff become culturally competent. Teachers need to be trained in instructional techniques to match the diverse learning styles of their students. And they also need to examine their own socio-cultural identities and biases, which is something we've actually begun. And there's additional research that suggests that students' cultural contexts are fundamental to their learning. So we need to really understand how our kids are, what they're doing, what is their background in order to make the best learning environments for them. In terms of alignment towards high school and college readiness, during the elementary years, there's research that shows that students are already developing career beliefs and they're already thinking about aspirations. And we want to give them lots of opportunities to explore careers and learn about college readiness as they start in elementary school and move on. We want to make sure and then rigorous student-centered instruction is a key. We need to provide appropriate challenges and balanced support for students in learning and pushing them on to the next levels in their education. And our stakeholder input really matched the research what we found. Stakeholders were really looking for cultural representation and culturally relevant instruction, looking for more professional development and cultural awareness, preparing students for high school and college, mentorship programs, and then providing equitable opportunities for all students. We know that just looking at our own data, many of our students who are underrepresented are not in our accelerated math pathways, for example, or achieving at the same level as their peers. Next slide, please. One more, there we go. Our second objective was ensuring targeted instructional opportunities that maximize learning for all students. And in this area, we have one very large strategic initiative, and that is to fully develop a multi-tiered system of support to improve instruction, differentiate learning, and align the systems necessary for students' academic, social, and behavioral success. And we already, as Dr. Rudolph mentioned, we already have an RTI program that emerged out of our previous strategic plan. But we really need to create a system with a broader scope. The MTS system that we will develop will address academic as well as social and emotional areas, including behavior and social emotional needs. And this where there may be where there'll be crossover with goal area 2. Some research, just making sure like it's very clear that when we're putting together the system that we're using high quality data-driven instructional pedagogies. Data is something that we do in our district, but it's something we can always get better at and make more consistent. Making sure that we are tracking what we're doing for kids, both in an intervention way and an enrichment way, and making sure that it's working. And looking at the data to make sure our kids are making progress and providing that differentiated instruction. We know that different learners have differing needs, and teachers need to be able to plan lessons that provide a variety of ways for students to access and express learning. And if we offer different approaches to what students learn, how they learn it, and how they demonstrate what they've learned, we advance the learning of both the class as a whole and our individual students. And again, stakeholder input really aligned with this. Stakeholders mentioned wanting tiered supports, really wanting to have more than just supports for academics, really looking at how we're going to intervene early and often, and then differentiation was a big piece of input that we received, always wanting to be able to meet the needs of all kids. Next slide, please. And then our last area was establish systemic approaches for student-directed learning. And again, in this area, our initiative, we have one initiative which we feel is actually really exciting. It's to develop and implement innovative student-directed instructional approaches and guiding principles to create a culture of student-directed learning. And the goal of this is to shift the focus from teacher-directed learning to student-directed learning. And we know that there are pockets and places in our district already that are doing this, but we want to make it more consistent. And the framework, if that's what we want to call it, that we develop will contain a variety of student-directed learning approaches or strategies that schools can choose from as they implement in a way that fits the needs of their school. The team really felt that it was important to not tie ourselves to one specific approach, but to be flexible and find lots of different ways that we can provide opportunities for students to be more involved and direct their own learning. In terms of research, we want to make sure that we have personalized strategies, making sure students are involved in deciding, have a decision in their learning process, that we have meaningful tasks. We're using inquiry, and we're providing opportunities for collaboration and feedback. Interacting in meaningful tasks helps students develop the mindsets that increase perseverance and productive learning behaviors. We really want students to be able to apply their knowledge to new contexts, kind of circling back to our first objective. We want them to be flexible in their learning and be able to apply what they learn in different ways. These are skills that kids really need to have as they go into high school and beyond. And we know that children develop cognitively by interacting with adults and peers, and that those positive relationships encourage students to engage in their curiosities and take learning risks. And again, we really saw project-based learning or some sort of student-directed learning mentioned a lot in our stakeholder input and the survey responses. And that's the end of my part. Thank you. Next slide.
All right, next up is Coordinator Jimbo, who is our Health and Wellness Coordinator, and she will discuss Go to Area 2.
I think she is muted. Can we unmute her, please? You are now a co-host, Ms. Jimbo. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. It wasn't letting me unmute. So I was very fortunate to lead a very knowledgeable and experienced team that included our equity coach and our principals from Therakoff, Graham, and Mistral in examining Goal Area 2. Next slide.
What we were able to do is look at the objectives of equitably and effectively supporting healthy and responsible student behavior, where we formulated one strategic initiative, and in objective 2B, ensure an integrated, consistent approach to social emotional learning, where we were able to develop 2 strategic initiatives. Next slide. So under objective 2A, we were led by the research that told us that educators who intentionally address the negative effects of implicit bias and use restorative approaches may reduce disproportionality in punitive behavioral methods for students of color and students with disabilities. And also research that told us that teaching practices that model strong, stable, and nurturing relationships which foster connectedness for students who have experienced trauma. And this holistic approach implemented across the board district-wide and giving flexibility implementation to the needs of each site led us to develop the strategic initiative of developing and implementing a whole school, whole community, whole child model that does consider all of those areas. When we looked at the themes and the patterns of our stakeholder input, we saw that reducing discipline disparities and universal district-wide student discipline practices were a focus for many responses from the input. Next slide. Under objective 2B, our first initiative of implementing a competency-based SEL model was, we felt was really a no-brainer. There was a lot of input around wanting to adopt SEL curriculum and building student social, emotional, executive functioning, and resiliency skills. And there is a wealth of research that tells us that SEL programs are preventative. They are preventative for our students. And universal social emotional development programs that are sequenced, active, focused, and explicit, and implemented with fidelity, increase student achievement. Next slide. Our second initiative that we developed in developing and implementing a comprehensive social emotional continuum of care embedded within the district MTSS. This is where the crossover comes with goal 1. When we look at a lot of the research around school-based mental health programs and examining what our current momentum is moving towards, we see that in the research, mental health, early intervention, or tier 2 services support students who have been identified through a systematic and equitable process. And that's what our MTSS will help us to do. And schools are a natural, accessible environment for our youth to receive these services. Next slide. The research I really want to point out on this is that nationwide, 70 to 80% of children who receive mental health services do so in schools. And 20% of the students receive some form of school mental health services annually. So there's a large number of students that we can capture within this, initiative. Mental health treatment in schools is effective in reducing mental health symptoms, with especially strong effects when treatment is integrated into students' academic settings. So a very seamless within the MTSS is beneficial for our students. Our stakeholder input, excuse me, also told us that our stakeholders are looking for counselors in elementary schools, community facilitators at every school site, and psychologists or counselors. So in other words, they're looking for that support and SEL support for everyone. And that is my last slide.
Well, good evening, trustees. We are missing a slide here with the group members, so I'll just call them out right now. As part of the working group on inclusive and welcoming culture, I had the privilege of working with Ariana Mays, the Director of Special Education, Erica Navarro, one of our BTB supervisors, principals Trisha Lee, Terry Lambert, and Sonia Gomez, and Shelley Hausman, our public information officer. So we had 3 objectives to look at when we were designing initiatives. The first one, objective 3A, was to expand and enhance opportunities for stakeholder voice. And based on a review of the research and the stakeholder input from the fall, we came up with 2 main strategic initiatives. One is to identify and assess meaningful, ongoing, and sustainable community engagement practices and patterns that are available to us, either that we're currently using or ideas out there that are not currently being used in our school district, in order to include our stakeholders who are not typically as active in the engagement process. And it also needs to begin with the vision for what meaningful engagement with diverse stakeholders and strategies looks like. And then a second initiative is to establish and conduct identity-based affinity groups that give stakeholders opportunities to connect, share, and offer suggestions to improve MVWSD. And one kind of example of something that we have now are our ELACs and DLACs. These groups provide a huge amount of expression and feedback and ideas for our school district around common interests and common goals. And we would like to see all sorts of different identity-based affinity groups to give us this type of feedback and to give people opportunity to talk about their experiences in MVWSD. As you'll see in the next couple of slides, our research mainly came from a few key sources, including the Building for Equity Center for Collaborative Education, Teaching Tolerance, and also the California Department of Education's Community Engagement, Parent Engagement Framework. Next slide, please. Objective 3B is to expand and enhance culturally relevant approaches to student, parent, and community engagement. The culturally relevant piece is kind of the key here for us. And we as a group talked a lot about this and really came to the conclusion that we really cannot truly understand what culturally relevancy is and practice culturally relevant approaches without understanding ourselves and each other. And in order to do that, we're proposing that we take on the initiative of engaging in actions based on an equity framework that will help us build habits of practice to increase inclusivity. This equity framework would serve as our guiding document and would be a frame of reference to educate and empower all staff and families so that we can ensure that our community engagements are more culturally proficient. Next, please. And we have a third objective, which is to expand stakeholders' access to the systems and strategies used to support student learning. As we all know here, being part of running a school district, running a school, it's a super complicated process. It's not as simple as just getting in front of kids and teaching. We all know that. It's become so complicated that for a lot of our families, it's really hard to access everything for a variety of different reasons, not the least of which is its complexity. So how do we expand this type of access so that people understand what are the systems and strategies used to support students' learning? Well, here we have 3 strategic initiatives to propose. One is around communication. And we've talked a lot about communication in this meeting. We always talk about communication. It's always something really tough and super important to do, probably the top thing to do in any organization. The phrase, "it feels like we're drinking from a fire hose," often came up in our discussions about how do we improve our communication. So our first strategic initiative here is to streamline and differentiate communication streams so that parents can get information that more closely matches their family attributes. For example, their home language, their child's school, grade level, special programs and interests, etc. And their communication preferences. Do they prefer email? Do they prefer in-person, text message? We know that our PTAs, many of them use Constella, but maybe it's time for us to start using things like Constella and WhatsApp or other platforms that we know parents are using. And of course, tone, right? Cultural sensitivity and relevancy. Also, another initiative to help stakeholders gain more access to understanding the school system is to have school communities create regular, it could be yearly, it could be semesterly, this is to be defined, but regular community action projects that will address real needs of the community, are culturally relevant, and involve all families. There's obviously a lot of potential here and a lot to define, but we believed as a group that getting everybody on campus, whether it's virtual or literal, to work on a common good project for the school will enhance the community feel and will help educate in ways that maybe can reach folks that we weren't able to reach in a more direct fashion. And thirdly, work directly and collaboratively with parents to build our mutual capacity to support student learning. So what comes to mind immediately is basically expanding and improving Parent University, defining a clear two-way school-family collaboration approach that guides the work, establishing staff and parent working groups to collaborate on all the parent engagement improvement efforts. And so, as I mentioned before, our research and ideas came from not just the feedback from our sessions in the fall with our families, but also the CDE framework for parent engagement, tolerance.org, and also ASCD sources. Thank you.
All right, so I will jump in with the next goal area. I had the pleasure of working with 3 principals and our preschool director, all of whom were really excited about knowing how important it is to engage our employees to provide amazing opportunities for our students. Next slide, please. Our first objective is really to focus on attracting and retaining diverse quality employees. Our first strategic initiative is to really develop and implement district level recruiting and hiring processes that will reflect the diversity of our students. And so we've thought about 3 different teams that we're going to need to really focus on this work. The first being a recruiting team. Research has really shown us that we need to market the diversity of our schools and really celebrate the diversity of our students when we're looking for staff members, so that we can draw in the staff that are really going to be excited about working with our student population. Our second team would be our hiring team. And this allows us the opportunity to really provide training about equity as we're looking for our staff members that we're going to hire to provide these great services for our students. And then finally, our onboarding team, once we have recruited and hired, our onboarding team would really develop and implement processes of doing the great work of helping our new staff really feel connected and committed to our district. Our second initiative for this objective would be to develop and implement district-wide policies that really focus on retention, differentiation for our staff, and ongoing support. And we know that those support systems and ongoing professional development are critical for our staff to really help them feel connected and supported and want to stay in our district. Of course, compensation and benefits are always helpful in retaining people, but we know from the research that that is not the primary thing that keeps people in a district. It's really all of these other pieces, primarily about having that positive culture and climate and support systems for the diverse needs and the diversity of our employees, and really focusing on the health and wellness of our staff as well. And so our initiative really focuses on those aspects of making sure that we can retain great staff. Next slide, please. Our next objective is to adopt an approach to differentiated professional development that aligns with student success. And you've heard in all of the goal areas before that professional development is a really important part of the success of their goals. And what we know is that we need to develop and implement a comprehensive professional development program that identifies our processes that are data-driven, that are collaborative and targeted, and really focus on recurring cycles of collective inquiry to support the ongoing needs of our staff. And the research really supports that not only do we need to really focus on areas of growth within the district and have targeted areas, but then we also need to provide those very specific differentiated areas to keep our teachers engaged. In addition, we really want to make sure that we have processes for collaboration and implementation of the new learning so that all of those new pieces really become ingrained in the day-to-day activities and aren't just those one-off trainings that we do year after year, but that we have a process that really helps people act on what they've learned and really internalize that. Next slide, please. And then finally, our third objective was to build leadership skills that will support future district needs. And this is really about developing systems that support opportunities for growth, leadership, and career development for all staff. And when we talk about all three of these objectives, it's not just for our teachers, it's for our classified staff as well. And so when we think about developing those systems, we really want to think about what leadership looks like at every level of our organization, not just, to be a principal or not just to be a director, but what does it look like to be a leader as a teacher or an instructional aide or a custodian? Because everyone has leadership potential at different levels of the organization. But then how do we take that leadership potential and those leadership skills and build paths to other leadership opportunities so that our staff can all continue to build and grow? And then what are the skills and the training that we need to provide to support all of our staff members in taking those steps and growing and continuing to develop their skills?
Good evening again, trustees. So I was fortunate to lead the group on equitable distribution of resources that support student success. And we had a great variety of people on the team. We had everyone from principals and assistant principals to child nutrition, technology, maintenance, operation, and transportation, and then of course, business. Next slide, please. So our first objective was to ensure facilities and resources equitably serve all students. And underneath this, our strategic initiatives were to have district-wide equitable facilities, technology, and student resource standards that are publicly available and shared with stakeholders. And this really came from, we do have standards that we follow, but they're not publicly shared. So for example, for technology, we have a system for replacing all of our technology for all of our students and our staff, but it's not publicly available. So parents don't necessarily know that their child's Chromebook is being replaced after so many years. And then we also want to review our standards annually to make sure they're up to date. We also want to ensure that every child that needs food has the opportunity for a nutritionally balanced daily meal. And this came up in our conversations because we do have the free and reduced lunch program, but we also recognize that there may be students in our community who possibly don't qualify for free and reduced lunch, but we still, if they need food, we want to make sure that they have the ability to access the food. We also want to implement a feasible district-run after-school program for academics and social support for all students. We have a variety of different programs after school right now. Some of them are paid programs like the YMCA and Right at School, and some of them are programs that are run by the school sites, but the programs that are offered vary from site to site. So ideally, we'd love to be able to offer after-school programs for students that are consistent across all of our sites. Next slide, please. Some of the research that went into this is we know that students, when they're in buildings that have that are well maintained, that it increases the social climate in the school. We also know that students that are in problem-plagued schools also tend to have a higher absenteeism rate, which then results in lower test scores. So maintaining our facilities is incredibly important to the academic success of our students. Research also indicates that students that participate in after-school programs that promote personal and social skills have positive outcomes in feelings and attitudes, indicators of behavioral adjustment and school performance in comparison to their peers that do not participate in quality after-school programs. And in our research, we really found that the quality of the after-school program greatly impacted the impact it had on the students inside and outside of school. Next slide, please. For objective 5B, strengthen infrastructure for flexible learning environments. This pandemic has really shown us a lot about what is possible with flexible learning. We want to implement feasible opportunities to offer flexible learning from home, from different schools, and at different times and other environments. So maybe it's possible that a student at Graham can take an elective class from Crittenden where we are not able to offer it at one school, but because we have flexible learning, the student is able to take a course from another school site. Also to have flexibility with different times. If the student potentially is not a morning person, they can still get their education a little bit later in the day, or even if a student needs to stay home sick, that they're not missing out on the education. We'd like to ensure that students have access to the internet inside and outside of school with support for families. We've noticed that we have, well, not that we've noticed, we have kindergartners who need access to the internet, and providing support for the families is just as important as providing support to the students. We'd also like to investigate and implement practical, flexible learning environments inside and outside the classroom that meets the needs of diverse student learners. And next slide, please. Things that supported these goals. During distance learning, we've noticed that some students are performing better in the remote learning environment, and we'd like to capitalize on what we've learned through this process. If we can still provide the things that cause those students to perform better. To provide flexible learning options available outside of school hours ensures that all students have the support they need to complete their assignments. So not just during the school day is support offered, but also after the school day. In 2009, an FCC study found that 70% of teachers assign homework requiring broadband access. And this is really important for us to know, because if we're assigning homework that necessitates the use of broadband access, we need to make sure that our students have the ability to connect to the internet. Our own Bright Byte survey in the 1920 school year showed that 4% of district students lacked internet access at home. So we want to make sure that we are providing that internet access. And then when isolated from other measured factors, classroom flexibility is probably just as important as air quality, light, or temperature in boosting academic outcomes. And many teachers have seen this, that when they're teaching remotely, students are everywhere in their home. Sometimes they're underneath their desk, sometimes they're laying on their bed, sometimes they're standing up and moving around. And we want to be able to try to provide this flexibility for the students when they're in the classroom, whether it be inside the classroom or outside the classroom, to help with learning. Next slide, please. And that is it for me.
All right, so what are our next steps? So obviously we will continue to work on developing the plans. We view this as a spot check for us to make sure that we're sort of driving towards the goals that were outlined by the board. From there, we'll continue to look at developing an engagement plan, which can include standing committees, as well as developing the cadence to sort of come back to the board, clearly identifying what action items need to take place, and creating the performance indicators to monitor our progress, obviously developing the budget for the next 3 years, staffing requirements. And then obviously we'll start rolling this out once the board sort of identifies, here are the goals, and once we have the action plans rolled out, and then we'll develop the dashboard that accompanies it also. All right.
All right, thank you to that entire team effort in the presentation tonight. Yeah. Trustees, questions? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. So much exciting stuff. Just 2 questions. One, the goal 1A, the educating to prepare for high school. In the previous strategic plan for the district, used to say prepare for high school and 21st century citizenship. So I was wondering if the spirit of 21st century citizenship is still included in goal 1A, or there's a strategic shift in the removal of that word from this plan versus the previous.
I think it's still in the thought of all that we're doing. I think all that we're doing is really moving our kids forward to be 21st century learners and being successful. It's just not wording that we used.
And a second question is, for each of these committee groups, are they going to do any or have they done any book groups, or will they be doing a school site field research? I know it's harder in the pandemic, but how does the research and learning process look for each of these groups?
I can't speak to for all the groups. I can speak to my group. We actually broke into teams based on the objective we were most interested in, and then we went out as teams and researched. We looked on the internet, we looked at articles, we looked at books, and then in our group we compiled documents that listed all of our key research and links to all the sources. And then we would come back together and we talk and update each other on what we found so that we were all clear on it. And that's how we did it in our group.
Other questions from trustees? Trustee Berman.
So I went back and watched board meetings where that Saturday retreat or workshop where everyone came together, and it was really, really fun to go back and watch it. And then the board meeting right after that, just to sort of refresh my memory about how we came to this point. And one of the things that I remember coming up that always resonates with me is that, at least 1 year's growth for all students at least. And I heard that come up a few times, and just when I didn't explicitly see it in this document, and I'm just wondering where that sort of lives, or if that will be explicitly stated, or is it just implied, and if we're okay with it just being implied, because it did come up several times.
That's actually one of the metrics that we use to monitor whether or not goal 1 is being successful. But it's not necessarily the actual action item, because it's now really embedded in the process or part of what we do on a day-to-day basis. And so if, our feeling was if we were to highlight that again as being a strategic initiative, it's not really changing our practice per se. It's just, we know we have the assessment. We know that this is what we're driving for. We know that we're reporting out what our progress is of it, right? We already have all that. And while it's easy to check off the box, it's the board has been clear about that. So you will see it in the final iteration that there are key performance metrics that say this goal is being successful, and that's one of them.
Other questions from trustees? I have just some quick ones. So when we talk about in initiative, in goal area 4, 4A initiative 2, the health and wellness of staff. So we know going into the next few years that we're going to be dealing with supporting students through the trauma that they've experienced in the pandemic, right? But I think our teachers and staff and our parents have also experienced trauma. Is it possible that there is space within that health and wellness initiative for staff that we also think about trauma-informed supports for our staff and teachers as we progress?
I definitely think that all of those pieces are really critically important as we think about retaining our staff and working with the needs of all employees as we move through the next several years.
Thank you. And then I am curious, in our succession planning, is it possible? I don't know that we've talked about it very much in this district, but I've worked in schools where there was a deliberate practice of hiring community members and parents at entry-level positions like noon duty, and then helping support them as they went through earning their GED, getting a BA, and then earning their teaching credential. So there are people that I met 10 years ago who are now credentialed teachers because they were brought in by the school community and progressed in that way, and then they now teach in those schools. That's way down the road, but I'm curious if there's a place for that in 4C as well. Ms. Vickery.
And I do say that that is exactly where we're going in the future with that, really thinking about not only how we recruit in our own community and how we recruit people that are going to stay in our own community, but then how do we build and help them achieve their own goals that also help us achieve the goals for our children.
Thank you. And then my last question was around in goal area number 3, when we look at 3B, the school communities, the community action projects, like that just lit up my my brain, because when I was at the Center for Cities and Schools as a research associate, I wrote the handbook on social enterprises for learning, which was about engaging students in evaluating the strengths and needs in their community, and then proposing actions at the city council level or other level to improve things in their community. So I was curious if right now it sounds like it's sort of a family-oriented action project. Will it also possibly be tied into student learning and academics during the school day and become a broader piece like that?
I think that's definitely a great idea. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I think maybe the primary impetus is to bring families in, but I certainly hope that we won't limit ourselves to just staying in that realm, and that we'll take every opportunity to find places to build educational opportunities.
Thank you, Director Chang. If there are no further questions from trustees, we will now move to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have anyone who would like to comment on this item. All right, I see that we have 2 members of the public who would like to comment on this item. So I will allocate 3 minutes each. We will get your timers up, and then I will ask you to unmute. All right, Ms. Schroeder, would you please unmute?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. So I just wanted to add a couple of comments or observations to the goals that were mentioned. And the first one on objective 5, I noticed, there was talk about equitable distribution of resources. And I just wanted to make a comment to, district staff and the board, or a reminder that equitable does not always mean equal. And I'll use the example of the after-school programs. There are a variety of after-school programs in a typical year used across the district. Beyond the Bell, YMCA, Newton, etc. They aren't the same, but the schools have chosen them because they meet the needs of their students. And I appreciate that ability to have some variability while still providing a quality after school program. So let's please not get caught into the trap of assuming, well, everything has to be identical at each school to be fair. That's not the case. Some schools might need more, some schools might need less in order to achieve that equitable outcome. My second comment relates to objective 1A specifically, with an instructional system that's aligned towards high school readiness. And right now that's pretty important to me because my oldest child is a freshman at Los Altos High School and has had a relatively difficult time adjusting to the high school expectations after being very successful in middle school. And, one thing that I was noticing as Ms. Bauer was talking about, there seemed to be a lot of emphasis on student-directed learning or taking ownership of their learning. And speaking as the parent of a student who's very capable, but not always very motivated, please remember that you have to sometimes bring those students along. They're not always willing to take charge of their learning because they may not know how, they may not be ready to do so. They may need that prompting to really step up and get to where they can take charge of their own learning. And then finally, I think the point of differentiation that was mentioned is really critical in terms of figuring out how a teacher in a classroom can teach to multiple levels of students at the same time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. Ms. Pewitt, you may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I'm positive that there is a board meeting bingo card where people will get a point for Sandy Pewitt talks about family engagement, but I really could not have been more thrilled to hear Jeff Chang describe in detail the desire for community engagement through an equity lens. And I also was interested that communication and the different needs of different groups has been a recurring theme throughout this evening's meeting and the school year. And I love seeing in the slides about objective 3C, for example, the references to the CDE framework for parent engagement and the research that supports the benefits of family engagement through an equity lens. And in fact, even the noon duty to teacher pipeline would in effect require culturally relevant everything in order for people to apply to be on noon duty and then feel welcomed and developed enough to become a teacher eventually in certain circumstances. So I will say that this particular pandemic year has been my first year of seriously contributing as a parent leader. And I have learned so much about the delicate balance between stakeholder engagement and the strange power imbalances and friction that come with working with vulnerable and traumatized populations in combination with affluent, Ivy League educated, smarter than you populations, and also the physical, mental, and emotional limitations of teachers and school leaders and everyone that exist here and of course exist during the pandemic. So I found, as I think maybe Trustee Conley or someone said earlier, there truly is no one person with all of the answers. It really is up to all of us. And I'm so thankful for the thoughtfulness that our district staff are showing during this strategic planning process. And I'm looking forward to and hoping for more engagement during the next phase as we're outlining what the strategic priorities will mean at the concrete and metric level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. All right, trustees, comments? Trustee Berman?
So I am really excited about this strategic plan. I think that there is a lot of really ambitious work here that I think will really work for our students and ultimately has the potential to really make a difference and move the needle for a lot of our students and families. Something that I was thinking about was my own experience working in East Palo Alto at a school that had really great outcomes. And when people would ask, what is it that your school does to achieve this, we always said it was high expectations with professional practice, and it was all grounded in love and belonging. So I think the love and belonging is the SEL, and the cultural responsive practices, and then the high expectations with professional practice together is the professional practice is just like all that support that teachers need. So it makes me think about making sure that with this really ambitious plan, that we very carefully ground our work in the why, and ground our work in the adults understanding the work that is needed to execute this ambitious plan successfully. Because I feel like if we don't have adults at our school, all adults across our school site that really have an understanding of what the why is for engaging our students, our families, what the why is for why students and families might be behaving a certain way, then I think that there's going to be a really big missed opportunity. So I'm just here to just sort of share in my own experience working with I think a demographic that we're ultimately trying to reach all students. And I also know that we have a responsibility to really change the outcomes for a particular population in our demographic in our community. These things are really, really critical. So let's really invest in the adults on our campuses. And there's one more thing. Oh, really thinking about what even like our school sites that have the highest need, what is it that they need to ultimately be successful with this plan? Do they have the right staffing in place, the right support systems to support the teachers, to support those students that need help, to support just to support that whole community? So really thinking about staffing for those school sites so that the plan is successful. Thank you.
Trustee Chang, I saw you had your hand up after Trustee Berman.
I said earlier just that this whole plan is exciting. Really excited about all the work all the committees are doing. The thing in particular that I thought was really exciting is this is kind of one of the first times the district's really in the language focused on project-based learning as a district. And the reason that excites me is that we are such a diverse different district in needs and socioeconomic backgrounds that it's really hard to find a unifying pedagogy that will meet the diverse needs of all the diverse kids in our district, because every parent should listen to a district meeting and feel that their child's going to be taken care of, and that that we are thinking about their child. And project-based learning, and really, I think is going to be having been a PBL teacher for the last 16 years, and it's one of the things that keeps me in teaching. I really know that I think that's an approach that will be practical. An extension of personalized learning is used, but it's actually personalized learning is actually far less. there's less execution at this moment. That's really easy as PBL has a wide framework. And the last comment on that is I hope that we look to local partners, look at what are organizations that have already done work in this area with schools so that we're not recreating the wheel. Because in education, like as much as there are things really different about Mountain View, there are a lot of things about education that aren't different between us and all the other hundreds of thousands of educators across California who are working on the same issues. In particular, on PBL, the new tech network helped the Evergreen School District in San Jose become a leader in PBL. A different partner for Lighthouse Charter Schools has been working with expeditionary learning with at-risk students, and both these are very diverse, so equally diverse as us. So, and then on SEL, Teach for America, which some of our board members are very familiar with, recently started partnering with the Yale Center for Social Emotional Work on using Ruler to help the TFA teachers prepare for SEL. So like, I just look forward to us looking and being ready to engage the community of educators and making our mission work. Thank you.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I'm not an educator and I'm not as eloquent as some of my colleagues are, but I just wanted to say how excited I am about the aspirational nature of this plan. It really is visionary, and it's not just nuts and bolts. And I think it's going to be a tall order in some cases to really carry it out, but I have confidence in our staff and in our community that we can do it. And I just lost my train of thought. Well, basically, the one other thing that just came through in the presentation tonight is the teams of our staff that worked on these goals. And it was so clear the passion that you each had in terms of really creatively thinking about how to tackle the problems and doing the research. And, when people can work on something they're excited about, I mean, the results are tremendous. And I love the collaboration. And I look forward to more of that as we move into the next phases. So thank you, everybody who worked on this. And I hope we can bring the rest of us along.
Any other comments? I will just comment. So I was thrilled to see the depth and creativity that went into the preparation of this update for us. I have to say, footnotes to research are my love language. So I was just happy as a little clam to go through this. And I kind of wish I had pom-poms each time a different presenter came on tonight. I just wanted to jazz hands because the work is really remarkable. And I can say that because over the last few weeks, I have been looking at strategic plans from other districts in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County to really kind of benchmark where we are for myself and understand how other districts have approached this. And frankly, this is like light years beyond anything else that I've found. About half the districts I looked at are still using their LCAP, and they have mission and goals and vision, but they don't have an actual strategic plan. And then others have kind of a strategic plan framework, but the depth of thought and process that is going into breaking out each goal area into sub goals and into initiatives, which then the board is going to discuss and try to help figure out with the team what our next steps for next year are. It's just remarkable, remarkable work. And I want to thank everyone who participated. I'm a big fan of distributed leadership. It's challenging because school districts are very hierarchical, but I think in this process, we're getting close. We've begun a process that is trying to distribute that leadership in a really wonderful way to engage all of our district staff. And, keep up the good work. We really appreciate it. All right, on that note, we will move on to our next agenda item. This is our Measure G and Measure T bond program and financial performance audit report. And I appreciate you staying on with us, Mr. Ash. I apologize for the late hour.
Well, thank you very much, and no problem at all. I'm going to share my screen now and give another positive presentation here. And I apologize in advance that I'm going to do my best, but there's no way that I'm going to be able to make an audit presentation nearly as interesting as that wonderful strategic plan that you guys just had and went through, but I am going to do my best. So I'm here to present the audit of the Measure G and T bond building funds as of June 30th, 2020. So both Measure G and Measure T are Prop 39 bonds. And with Prop 39 bonds, they all have to undergo financial and performance audits annually from the first bond issuance in the measure until all the proceeds from the measure have been expended. And I will explain a little bit of the differences between the financial and performance audit pieces that we do. So the financial audit is kind of just like what it sounds. It's the financial statements, the balances as of June 30th, 2020 for both measures, the activity for the year that ended, and then the notes and the notes to the financial statements, and just making sure the disclosures are all there. And this auditor's opinion that we're giving is just on the Measure G and T bond building fund. It's not on the district as a whole. And again, similar to the district audit, for both measures, the opinion on the financial statements was unmodified. It means that in our opinion, these financial statements present fairly in all material respects the Measure G and Measure T bond building funds. Now, I know your bond measures are at different stages. Measure G has been around quite a while. And then Measure T, 2019-20 was actually the first audit for Measure T. Some of the procedures that we do for a financial bond audit, bond audits typically are from the financial side are pretty standard in that they don't have a whole lot of strange activity or nuances. Once the proceeds are received, the money sits in the cash and county treasury. So usually the largest balance in a financial audit for a bond building fund is in cash. Accounts receivable, there's usually some interest there related to that money that's held in the county treasury. A big thing that we do look at is cutoff for accounts payable. So we want to make sure that the district is recording some of those construction expenditures in the correct period, making sure they're accruing those liabilities if need be. Revenue, again, besides initial proceeds of the bonds, it's very small. It's just that interest revenue usually in bond funds. And then expenditures, there's typically a lot of expenditures, usually construction related. So that's kind of where we focus the majority of that testing. And then a performance audit. So the financial audit I just explained, a performance audit is when you're looking at specific criteria. And with bond funds, what you want to do is you want to make sure as an auditor, our role is to make sure that the expenditures that the district is spending the bond funds on are allowable under the ballot language. And then if there are any funds used to pay salaries, that those are allowable as well. So here's a little bit of the performance testing, expenditure testing that we did. That's the bulk of the performance audit. So Measure G, we looked at 2.1 million, which is about 30% of the project expenditures for the year. We typically try to get at least 25% to get a representative sample of the expenditures for the year. And then we also looked at, there were a small amount of personnel expenditures charged. Again, those were all allowable under the ballot language, and they weren't for administrative salaries or anything like that. With Measure T, you'll see we tested quite a bit, and that's because a main purpose of Measure T was to pay off the existing certificate of participation debt that the district had. So it was very easy to test the Measure T expenditures for 1920 because the vast majority of them went to pay off that certificate of participation. Another thing that we like to look at is bidding and if there are change orders for contracts that the district might have within the specific measures. And the reason for that is just to give us a better idea when we're looking at expenditures, who we should see expenditures from, and then just to make sure that the district is following their own policies and procedures when it comes to bidding those contracts out. Are they taking the low bid? Are they getting those bids board approved? That type of thing. So we did look at 3 bids for the Measure G bond building fund, had no issues there, and then Measure T, being that it was the first year, that there were no bids in 1920 for Measure T. And then finally, again, we had our report on performance, another unmodified opinion, which is the best that you can have. And the unmodified opinion on the performance audit is the compliance requirements for the bond measures. And then similar to the district audit that I reported earlier, if we did come across any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting, those would have had to have been reported as well. And I'm happy to say that we didn't have any of those either. So again, clean audits for both measures on both the performance and the financial side. And that is all that I had, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have now.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. Are there questions from trustees? All right, since there appear to be no questions, we will move to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have any comments. We do not appear to have any public comment on this item. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Just a quick comment. When we do an audit of our bonds, I always think it's useful for the board to go back and look at the ballot language and see especially that first paragraph that often voters don't look beyond the first paragraph. They don't usually go to their booklet. And so I think it's always useful for us to look at that and go, okay, are we doing as many of the things that most voters have the impression that that is the list if they don't read into the packet beyond that? And then it always sticks out to me that right at this moment that the first sentence of the Measure T is the fifth word in there is that we're going to spend on science and art, so science labs and art classrooms. And I haven't seen any actually plans for spending on science or art in our current Measure T construction timeline. So I think just as a board, we should keep in mind, what matching the two. So, thank you.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate the district on doing all this work in a financially responsible way. You know that if things hadn't turned out well, you would be hearing from community members tonight. So it's almost like the dog that didn't bark. It's just wonderful to have this presentation, have it be so matter of fact.
Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to respond in part, to say, yes, I'm very proud of the district for managing the funding so prudently. And in response to the comment that Trustee Chang just made, I'm the observer on the Bond Oversight Committee, and I believe they will be presenting at a meeting in April, their report. And so just having observed what they did go back to the measure language and very carefully looked at the expenditures as well. So that gives me confidence that it's an extra seal of approval that the district is doing a good job and following its mission. So thank you.
I'll just add that the master facilities plan process that we went through for Measure T when we brought forward that bond and figuring out our #1 priorities and what they would cost and how we would approach them, and then the timelines that we've seen for executing that from Dr. Westover has been extremely helpful for myself in trying to have good oversight of this process. So I'm really thankful that we went through that so comprehensively. Thank you, Mr. Ash, for your time. And I hope you have a good evening. I'm sorry we moved your item around earlier, but we appreciate your jumping on to help us discuss it.
Well, you're welcome. Not a problem at all. And thank you for the invitation and your time this evening. So I hope you have a great rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan, which will be presented by our Health and Wellness Coordinator, Karen Jinbo. Oh, or is it Ariana Mays? I have the wrong, sorry. I cut and pasted the wrong name.
No problem. Thank you so much, Devin. Good evening, everybody. Asantha and I are here to present you tonight. And I apologize, it is really late for me, so I'm going to try my best to get through this without flubbing too much. But we are here to update the board on our comprehensive coordinated early intervening service plan that was approved by the state in January. This is for our disproportionality that after 3 years. So let me share my screen here so we can get into the presentation.
So this aligns to our strategic plan around goals 1, student achievement, and goal 3, inclusive and supportive culture. It will also align to our strategic plan 2027 once that is approved. We really put a lot of thought into combining the plans and making sure that what we were doing in this CSACE plan is very comparable to where we're moving with the strategic plan. Samantha? Is she on here?
Let's see. I don't think she's a co-host. Could we make Asantha a co-host?
There.
Oh, there we go.
I made
trying to unmute.
I was just unmute. But anyway, okay, I'm here. Okay, so Ariana is going to go a little bit into significant disproportionality, and we talked to the board about this a little bit before, but IDEA requires that we take steps to address disproportionality in our districts. And that just means that we have an overrepresentation of a particular racial group in a specific category. And for us, we're disproportionate in special ed with overrepresentation of Hispanic and Latinx students in the specific learning disability category, and thus requiring us to create the CSACE plan.
So as you can see on this graph here, we are not alone in this. These are all of the different LEAs that have been found to be significantly disproportionate in similar areas or different areas in Santa Clara County for the 1920 school year. So you can see that this is not Mountain View Wisman alone. This is very much a state issue, which is why they have created a new plan for districts to follow.
So this is just kind of an image to help show the phase process for the CSACE plan. And we're going to go deeper into it as we get through the presentation.
So phase 1, getting started, we developed a leadership team, and you can see there who joined our leadership team for this plan. We also formed a stakeholder group, which was the leadership team. We added principals to our stakeholder group, coaches, general education teachers, special education teachers, and parents. We were required to select a state facilitator to help us facilitate this plan throughout and help us throughout the process. And then we convened leadership team meetings and stakeholder group meetings. These meetings started back in last spring, right as we were shutting down for COVID. It really started to ramp up in the fall as the plan was due to the state in December. And we were able to meet our deadline and get our plan approved.
As we moved into phase 2, data discovery and root cause analysis, we had 7 meetings, as Ariana described, from that time until we submitted our plan to the state. And some of the activities were, we reviewed and analyzed and discussed district-wide and site-based data. And then we also completed a self-review or an assessment. The short name of it is the Wisconsin, but it's the annotated checklist for addressing racial disproportionality in special ed. And then we also took a look at our initiatives in our district, took inventory of them. And then we took all of that to determine our root causes for why we're disproportionate.
So if you can see here, we did pull some data as part of our findings, and this is the 2020-2021 English Language Arts iReady Diagnostic number 1. And the first column is how many students were assessed in this group. And you can see that 100%, and it breaks it down by demographics. So we have Asian as the first line, Hispanic, Latino, and then white. When we move over to the at-risk tier 3 column, it shows here that our Hispanic Latino students are performing at a lower rate than our Asian and white students. And that is, you can tell by the Hispanic being at 45.9% in tier 3, whereas Asians and whites are 7.5% and 8.4%. So there's quite an achievement gap there. And then in tier 1, we have Asian and whites over 70% in tier 1, with Hispanic Latino being at 26%.
And you're going to see something similar here for the math diagnostic. What we're not showing you is the diagnostic 2, which definitely showed improvement. But these 2 slides are helpful because this is the data that we had available to us when we were having our stakeholder meetings. And now that we're doing our progress, checking on our progress, we see improvement, but that will be for another night.
So our demographics by ethnicity and students with disabilities, you can see here that our students with disabilities, Hispanic, Latino, make up 50% of our students, with Asian falling at 13% and our Caucasian students falling at 29%. And so we do have a ways to go to ensure that these students are truly students with disabilities.
So through that phase, some of the key findings were that we definitely have strong initiatives in our district, co-teaching, SIOP, and RTI. Those are all in place and supporting student learning. But we still have a significant achievement gap between those students who are white or Asian and those who are Hispanic or Latinx. We also found that some of the academic interventions or interventions in general vary by site. And we found that we definitely need stronger differentiation in both core instruction and in our RTI program.
So some of the root causes that we determined from all of our data and findings that we did were a lack of a structured district-wide multi-tiered system of support. Differentiation isn't robust enough in core instruction and response to intervention. Our English language development, or ELD program, designated and integrated lacks structure and alignment district-wide. We see a lot of different things happening at different school sites. And we did find cultural bias exist within our classrooms.
And as we were moving forward into phase 3 to create the plan of how we would improve, we completed a review of our district policies, practices, and procedures. And we developed a programmatic improvement action plan that included specific goals that we'll go over and the activities to support those goals. We also determined a target population and we completed budget forms.
So our goal 1 and our activities that we came up with was that by October of 2022, there will be a 10% reduction in the number of target students not meeting standards as measured by district benchmarking assessments. And the activities that will help us get us to that goal and reach that goal are small group data monitoring during RTI, professional development and ongoing coaching and check-ins around literacy strategies, supporting students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, doing anti-bias training, and teaching teachers language acquisition and how students acquire language, a second language. And we will also be developing learning plans for our target population.
Our second goal is that the identified sites will build and utilize a tiered system of support, resulting in a 10% reduction in SST referrals. And I'll just say, our plan used the identified sites because we had to do that for our target population. But we also know we kept in mind that this would also be a part of the strategic plan and they would work together hand in hand. So as a part of this, the activities would be the pre-referral and SST referral process, creating that. And then also kind of update our special ed referral process, train elementary and middle school sites on these processes, and then create a tiered system of support for academics and trained the elementary and middle school sites on these. And then also professional development on strategies within the 3-tiered system and differentiated instruction.
So when we developed our target student population, we were thinking very large and big, and we wanted to do this at all school sites. And we were quickly told by our facilitator that it needed to be a pretty small group of students. And so we pared it down, and the students who we did end up targeting for this plan are first graders who are socioeconomically disadvantaged at Therakoff, Castro, and Mistral. And part of this rationale was the feedback that we did receive from our facilitator was that the identified group needed to represent several multiple subgroups and not just simply focusing on Hispanic Latinx. And these sites were chosen due to the different demographics that they had and their student population.
As far as the budget was concerned, the CSACE requires that we hold 15% of our IDA funds for this, and that is $182,096.
So our current work in progress, our plan was approved by the California Department of Education in January. Site principals have been added to the CSACE leadership team. CSACE leadership team meets regularly to discuss planning and implementation. That's been a little difficult this month while we've been getting ready to reopen schools, and I will say that it went very smoothly today. Our school psychologists received training on the assessment of students who are Hispanic and English language learners, as well as on academic interventions. And we have continued reading intervention implemented at Castro and Mistral.
So are we improving is the big question. And I think we brought some of these figures to the board previously. And we knew that the hill was a big hill for us to climb. If you look at 84.6% on that far right column in the 17-18 school year, Hispanic Latinx students qualifying under SLD. And so the slide that Ariana talked about earlier was the figures from 1920. We made it to 50%, right? And then as of March, the beginning of March of this year, we're just about 33%. So we've come a long way to reduce that. We've really started targeting what we're doing, why we're doing those things. I mean, we know that we still have a ways to go. 33% is still too high. 50% was way too high. But we're going in the right direction, and we have some next steps to keep going.
So our next steps as we move into phase 4, which is implementing, evaluating, and sustaining, we have begun to implement our programmatic improvement action plan. We are required to submit quarterly progress to the state through October of 2022. The first quarterly progress is due at the end of this month and to the state by April 10th, and we have completed that and ready to send to the state. We will be evaluating the effectiveness by collecting data and reviewing the data very often. And we plan on building supports and sustainability through professional development and coaching.
And then we are in the second year of CSACE, moving into next year. And that's because we landed at that 50% last school year. So we know we are headed in the right direction, but the figure was still too high. So we will need to refine the current plan and then determine additional funding for the year 2. And then also expand the target population to include next year's first graders.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely?
I have a question. And maybe it was that I was surprised. One of the root causes was that RTI differentiation was not robust enough. And then the plan would be to do small group data monitoring during RTI. And that sort of surprised me because I thought the whole point of RTI was differentiation and that we were breaking kids into smaller groups and monitoring that data. So can you explain a little bit more about how we're improving that?
Yeah, I can, Ariana, if you're okay, I can. I think that's like the biggest part too of our strategic plan moving forward, because we started to get a heavy focus on STEAM in our RTI programs. And I think that there's value in that, but expanding it to more of a robust intervention plus STEAM as we move into Strategic Plan 2027 will be really helpful for kids who are struggling with reading.
If I can ask a clarifying question following on what Trustee Blakely asked. So the intervention portion is actually carried out by the teacher in the classroom while students go to STEAM, is my understanding. But one of the challenges we faced that was when we changed that RTI position to STEAM, we took our most accomplished kind of literacy specialists in the district who had been those RTI teachers, and they became the STEAM teachers. So how are we supporting our classroom teachers as the interventionists?
So I think through professional development, which will be a key piece to this, and helping them understand that as we move into the strategic plan and move into more multi-tiered systems of supports, and helping the teachers understand what those multi-tiered systems of supports are and at what point do students move from one tier to the next. And then, I mean, professional development is huge. And so I think that for our teachers, you know, they're amazing, they're wonderful. I think this COVID time has really been very difficult to really do a robust intervention program while we are virtually learning. But professional development and just helping them understand how to differentiate. I mean, when you think about differentiation, you know, some people think about, oh, I'm going to just delete half of the problems. Well, that's an accommodation and not so much differentiation. And so when you're not able to think of different ways and different modes to teach a student, and so maybe a student needs more kinesthetic material to learn, or more visuals, or more you know, just being able to move around in order to learn the information. And in our school day, we have very limited amount of time to ensure that students are getting what they need, because we're, you know, on such a fast track. And so it's really just backing up and explaining and helping teachers understand how to really differentiate that instruction that they are providing when they are pulling those students out. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions from trustees? Trustee Berman.
So thank you for your presentation. I'm excited about the multi-tiered systems of support and really streamlining them and making things really crisp and clear. It sounds like that the whole system is it's being worked on. It's a work in progress. Is that correct? It's under the strategic plan, and at some point we get to learn. I mean, I am sort of a big fan of MTSS and RTI, and so will it ever come to the board in the strategic plan, perhaps, so that we can learn about it? I know sometimes I get questions from parents about processes, and it would be really nice to know about it. Great, thank you. And then my other question was, since we are overrepresenting our Latinx students, our Hispanic students, they make up a large number of our students with IEPs. When are we using a different lens then? When students are up for you know, every 3 years, we reassess, we see if they still qualify for an IEP. I know we're focusing here on first grade, but when kids are up for reassessment, are we using a new lens to see if they actually will continue to have services? So then we can start moving those kids that maybe shouldn't have been there in the beginning. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
I do want to point out that our RTI teachers actually are year-to-year positions. And so they actually have to reapply for these. And so the teachers have changed since we turned it over to a STEAM-based program, as opposed to what, you know, when we presented a couple of years ago, we sort of had a hodgepodge of Some schools were doing reading intervention, some schools were doing STEAM, and some schools were doing math. And so when we made the decision as a district to move over to STEAM, we felt that the responsibility for differentiation or intervention or enhancement was really best suited for the actual the classroom teacher, as opposed to the intervention teacher. And so what really needs to happen is that I think, as both of them are saying, is the strengthening of the interventions that are occurring with their home teacher, because what we see at times, and not with every single teacher, is that a teacher is just reteaching the same way that they taught previously, as opposed to really addressing the specific needs of the group. We see this both with EL learners as well as with our special ed students. And so I think the point here is that we need to provide not professional development to the STEAM teachers, because they actually do have a lot of professional development, but more professional development to the sort of the general population, so that when I break a group into a smaller group and I'm providing an intervention, and when we use intervention, we're talking about positive and negative interventions, right? When I'm using the intervention, I'm really pushing or pulling my kids in a way that is very unique to their specific needs that are identified by the data, as opposed to just simply saying, well, let me reteach something that I've already taught. I think the secondary thing that they're also highlighting is that the multi-tiered system of supports actually functions on a different track than the RTI system, meaning that there's no uniform process that links both systems together. And so what ends up happening is that the multi-tiered system of supports simply starts over from the beginning, whereas what it should do is that the RTI process should bleed, and the student support teams should bleed into RTI and then eventually go into the multi-tiered system of supports, so that when the student support team meets, or when they have this meeting, they start saying, hey, we're examining the possibility of looking at special ed, there's already a documented paper trail of interventions or strategies that have been tried that help the special ed team to really pinpoint the root causes and eliminate things that have already been tried in class. And what we're experiencing, because we have these two disjointed processes, is that, Director Mays or Coordinator Ellert may say, oh, have we tried X? And the teacher says, yes, great, show me the documentation of it. And everybody pauses. But in order to meet the requirements for either a 504 or IEP, you then have to go back to the beginning and document that work. And then, so that what it does is it takes us back to the beginning of a process and frustrates everybody. So what they're really addressing is the strategic alignment of all of these processes, so that it is one uniform system, as opposed to, essentially three systems that sort of function in their own vein.
Oh, absolutely. And when I said interventionist, I was referring to the classroom teacher, because they are the ones doing the intervention during RTI, whereas the STEAM teachers are taking a heterogeneous grouping from different classrooms. Are there any other questions from trustees? I had one small question, and then we'll move on quickly to public comment. When I looked at the slide 21, which is about our change over time, is this just our first graders, or is this all of our students? Is this just the target population?
No, it's all of our students.
It's all of our students. And so the percentage that would be representative, my understanding is we have close to 30% of our students who are Latino now. With that, is 30% the goal? I saw the goal is a 10% change. So what would make us proportional, I guess?
So that's a great question. There is a kind of crazy formula that the state uses to find our disproportionality, and there's the magic number of 3.0, and we are 3.96. And so it's it's figuring out what that formula is, and figuring out how many we can how many students are being assessed and how many are qualifying. But it's more than just the number. It's really just ensuring that we are not finding students who are Latinx who we think have a disability when really it is a language acquisition. And so that's our main goal. And in doing that and in teaching everybody what the difference is between a language acquisition difficulty versus a specific learning disability, we'll see that those numbers come down because we're really meeting children where they are and where they need to be and not labeling them where we shouldn't be labeling them because they don't have a disability. It's more of a language acquisition issue.
Yeah. And I just want to piggyback on that just a little bit. Ideally, we want to see the numbers of students in each population on an IEP matching our total population of all the demographics, right? So that's really what we want to see happen.
All right, thank you very much. If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll move on to comments from the public. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can press the *9 on your phone, or you can use the raise hand function in Zoom. We do not appear to have public comments on this. Are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Just a brief comment that on this idea of like trying to get our supports, students need supports to match the demographics of the district. I just know that I know that there's been some national research that often, at least when it comes to like disabilities, that students who are minorities often get like underdiagnosed and or underserved. And so I just like, in a community in Mountain View that's so diverse, it's equally possible that for families with extreme means, like maybe paying for services outside the district and don't even avail themselves to the district's awareness that they're receiving learning supports. So I don't know if it kind of making sure that like the same percentage of Asian and white and also all any kind of economic groups or ethnic groups would really reveal who needs them. I mean I just, that's a comment to put out there because underserving of students in special education for people, students of color is like a lot of research behind that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time in the presentation tonight. And then trustees, we are coming up on the 2-hour mark since our last break. If people are amenable to a 4-minute break and we come back at 10, we have 2 big items. Well, one 30-minute item and one 10-minute item left before we close out the meeting. So we'll take a break till 10 p.m. and we'll come back for the health and wellness update. All right, I see that we have 3 trustees back, 4 trustees back. I appreciate everyone hanging in there. We're coming up on the 4.5-hour mark. And our next item is a presentation by our Health and Wellness Coordinator, Ms. Jinbo. I apologize that for your first big presentation to the board, you don't even get to talk to us till 10 p.m. But thank you. We're really looking forward to hearing from you, and we appreciate you staying up with us.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the time. Let me share my screen here. So I, again, appreciate the time this evening, and I feel very fresh and new to the district, bringing you what I am attempting to do is bring you a comprehensive view at this point of my time here since I started. So as Dr. Rudolph explained earlier in the strategic plan 2021 did not point out a focus on social emotional wellness or student social emotional health. And the closest it came was in inclusive and supportive cultures. So now examining and looking at Strategic Plan 2027, we do see that it is called out, student social emotional health. And as you heard in our strategic plan presentation, that we have 2 objective areas in which we now have initiatives developed. And so when we look at health and wellness, it is a big umbrella that covers quite a few dimensions. And even the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA, points out that there are 8 dimensions of wellness, of which social emotional are 2. So the district focused in on and recognized that social emotional health and development of our students is important because trauma does have a lasting adverse effects, as Trustee Berman did point out in discussing ACEs. And the ACEs study does look at the long-term effects of trauma, and that we can intervene early on when we recognize that we have individuals who've been affected with traumatic experiences. And Castle's research, their meta-analysis that looked at something like 270,000 students and programs that served social emotional learning, that there is an 11 percentile point increase in student achievement when you implement social emotional learning with fidelity. So the district recognized this, added the position of health and wellness coordinator, and I feel so very fortunate to be the one you chose to join the team. I did onboard exactly November 16th. And so since then, it was a kind of an odd time, I feel like, to jump in. There was Thanksgiving break, winter break, we've had midwinter break. So all in all, I've been here 4 months. And what I've tried to do is really systematically develop a strong background in understanding the district's policies and procedures, the leadership, the site administrations, and so that I could really build some groundwork, some foundation for the long-term work that is at hand. And so when we look at my time here, if we are to break it down month by month or in chunks, really my goal is to learn and connect at the initial, on the onset of my time here. It's a lot more of one-on-one time, connecting with the principals, attending district leadership meetings, getting a feel for the community. I was able to join some community meetings with the city and collaborative meetings with our organizations. And of course, just consuming and reading and brushing up on the board policy, all the handbooks. So just really trying to get a good foundation of understanding the context of the district. Jumping down the line, in months 2 through 4, I continued all of that work with principals and collaborative meetings, and I began initiating work with schools. So one of my, in conversation with principals, I offered time, please let me know what you need. I'm more than happy to help if I have what you need. And so what I did join in were just introductions, coming into staff meetings, coming into coffee with principals, making myself known to the community and to our staff. Excuse me. And I do want to clarify on this slide some of the language. I started attending check-ins with our School Link services and CHAC and Uplift. I didn't start those meetings. They existed already. I jumped in there. And those were really good opportunities for me to get a really wide breadth understanding of the services and supports that we have, both that we have collaboratively with CHAC, but also provided to us by the county services and supports that are through County Behavioral Health and County Office of Education. I also connected with our school counselors. I felt like that was a really important thing to do, knowing that they do provide a lot of the supports at the school sites. And another big piece of this time was spent curating some social emotional, what I call social emotional wellness lessons. They're not necessarily very structured SEL, but it was really some supports for our teachers so that what the work that was started prior to me arriving, that could continue through distance learning. And now, as I examine my time, 4 months and through, I'm now moving into continuing the support, doing a lot more planning, looking at that strategic plan process for SP 2027. A lot of the time was spent facilitating that team, getting us to where we are with initiatives, and now again planning for coming time for the remainder of the school year. So we have a really good opportunity with May being a mental health awareness month. And we just completed, actually just last night, what I felt was a very successful collaboration for Parent University on wellness, and looking ahead to what I call resilience pauses. So what we gave a workshop on last night, there's some practice points in the next 4 weeks for parents to rejoin and practice those skills that were taught last night. We did put out a call for applications for our Health and Wellness Committee. We are resuming that. So we going to start moving into from the kind of one-to-one meetings to more committee and bringing in community voice. And I believe a large part of this job is also keeping the eyes out, upstream, looking at what's coming our way. And so being open to information, receiving information, as well as looking for information on possible county grants that might be available to us. And also the state legislation that is moving now through committees, and fingers crossed for some of that money for sustainability of our programs. So in that time, what I am also doing is really taking a look at and assessing what is it that we currently have in the scope of our from prevention to intervention. And when we look at these areas, prevention and promotion, that includes a lot of the work that exists right now. So school climate work, how we are as adults with our behaviors and habits, our universal promotion activities, and universal instruction. Targeted supports or interventions are more of the selective interventions for identified students. So this often comes from either teacher referrals, parent referrals, or even when kids are really having crisis. And then at the intensive intervention level, we're looking at students who have significant needs, mental health needs, family systems who have mental health needs, and need some mental health supports. So when you look at what we have that exists now in terms of both partnerships and our own staff, what we have can definitely be built out, but I think we have a really, really good start. And like I mentioned in data, how do we know? It's that looking at what tells us in those supports, what tells us who's getting that support in terms of numbers. And so right now, what we gather are from very different points. We get it from referrals, our SCEFs, our facilitators fill out data logs for the county. So we have that information on numbers of individuals that get supported at the family level. We have crisis response logs. Daily attendance tells us if students are struggling with coming to school. But all in all, there's no uniform centralized data collection or surveillance for social emotional development other than conduct, behavioral incidents, or discipline or crisis, which is all forensic information. It's all after the fact that something happened. So with our current system of support, we either know because the student or family is in crisis or the student has made some sort of behavioral error. And so what it reflects is that we have more of a reactive approach to student supports, and we have a goal of shifting that to a more proactive or preventative approach to student supports. So as we move towards that more proactive and preventative approach in our system is in need of several things. And that includes our identifying this roadmap, this common goal of social emotional competencies and learning targets. We all need to be working towards that common goal. What is it that we want our students to be learning? What's our roadmap? And how do we know that they've learned these skills other than behavioral errors or crises? And right now, CDE has guiding principles, but there's no standards, so to speak, in terms of learning targets for SEL. And in terms of data, we really do need a comprehensive data collection and analysis for fluid and appropriate provision of student interventions. And this actually came up earlier, which was the question that was asked, and I forgive me, I forget who asked it, is how do we move kids in and out of our intervention systems more fluidly so that we can have a greater capacity for the numbers of students that we see. And that's a really large question to unpack because there's so much, like, what is the need of the student, and what intervention are we using with them, and do we have a group intervention, do we have an individual intervention? There's just so much to answer in that question that systematically we want to make sure we have this seamless integration in the MTSS, because much like was described in the presentation prior to me, is when you have this common lane of data speaking and telling the story of intervention, it makes much more effective cycles of intervention for our students. We also are in need of a comprehensive curriculum. So are we all speaking the same language, all the same social emotional development language? And for those students who need to be explicitly taught the skills, that curriculum allows us to do that where the students wouldn't learn it otherwise. And included in this is professional development, of course, is needed for our teaching staff to ensure that we do have a consistent approach. So knowing what we have, knowing what's missing, what is in our favor, and what might be our speed bumps along the way, some of the hurdles we might need to get over. So some good news. Social emotional learning is happening. We do have teachers who are utilizing supplemental supports. We do have schools who have implemented systems, programs, and so we know that we already have that in our favor. We have counseling supports, we have crisis supports, and we have been able to provide teachers and support staff with simulations that have allowed them to learn and develop on a variety of topics. And we have leadership teams that are supportive. So in other words, we have momentum. We have all of this momentum moving in that direction. And that's great news for the direction and the goals that we have set out for us. Now, some of the challenges that, just like I said, they're kind of speed bumps or hurdles that we might need to overcome as we start approaching some of those very ambitious initiatives in our strategic plan, are the silos. So the SEL instruction and the programming is really site dependent. And so again, getting us to the place where we're speaking the same language, regardless of where students are attending, that we all are working towards that common goal of what skill and learning target that we would like to see the students and development we'd like to see the students gain. And that includes the social emotional learning curriculum for everyone. Uniform data collection and analysis, that's a heavy lift because we start getting into the conversation around what I call surveillance, which is, the screening, ensuring we know where students are developing, maybe benchmarking. So it just brings up a lot of questions along the way as we start, again, moving towards our strategic plan initiatives. And then, of course, a really ambitious goal is that multi-tiered system of support. So that is going to take some time. And I'm confident, again, we've got the momentum moving in that direction, that we will be able to accomplish that seamlessness across the domains. So as we look at all of those elements, what do we have coming up looking ahead? So long-term planning is, of course, that strategic plan in goal 2. So ensuring that we're utilizing process and stakeholder input. We still have to develop our action plans for that. And so we want to build upon and refine the current efforts that we have, build upon that momentum that we already have. So in the short term, we want to continue our collaborative opportunities with our community partners, county offices, and our community at large. This includes student voice. Student voice is so important to this, and understanding from their perspective what's needed. The whole process of program implementation and improvement doesn't happen in a vacuum. We need each other. We need to be working as a team collaboratively for the benefit of our students. We do need to continue building the adult skills and perseverance so that the work can persist. It's very difficult, of course, right now. With the talk tonight has been about this, not knowing what the long-standing results of COVID closures and distance learning and being away from each other, and that we just don't know what is going to come of that. So being able to build as much skill in our adults to be able to be resilient as we start approaching quite possibly some new learning or some new implementation. It's really, really important that they have their self-regulation skills intact. And again, May presents us with the opportunity to promote mental health awareness and reduce stigma associated with the topic of mental health. So there's plenty of opportunity in the short term, and there's an enormous opportunity in the long term with our strategic plan.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Jimbo. Before we start throwing questions at you, I just want to say it's one thing to begin a new role in an organization. It's a whole nother thing to create a new role in an organization. So we really appreciate the work that you've been doing over the last 4 months, and we understand that you are building this position as you go, and acknowledge that as we talk with you tonight. Trustee questions. Trustee Chang.
Thank you for that presentation. And Director Jimbo, I just want to say that there are many parents for decades have been dreaming of a wellness director. So your expertise is a dream come true for this district. So welcome, and it's really, really needed, especially right now. A question that has been to do with staff mental wellness. Will it be in your position to support staff in developing skills to support themselves, educators themselves in their own challenges with mental resilience and all that, especially with COVID-19?
So that's a wonderful question. As far as I understand, that's not my lane, but I am a great collaborator, because with the knowledge that I have with both trauma-informed crisis response and mental health. Again, the work doesn't happen in a vacuum. It does take a team to do it. So that is probably a very good question in the employment HR world, but I am very happy to collaborate on that.
And just a quick last question is, do you believe meditation and mindfulness, will that be something that you think has a district-wide role as being a tool?
It's a great question. I feel like that's worth a conversation as we get into the action planning. And again, I think I'm going to echo what President Connolly had said, is no one person has the answer.
Other questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
This is a little bit more of a historical thing. A couple of years ago, the board that was in office at that point in time, we were hearing a lot about mental health problems, and not just hearing it. I mean, everybody was aware of it, and just a variety of things. And so the board came up with the idea of, let's create a wellness policy. And we sort of had started down this path with that. And then COVID came along, and then I think Dr. Rudolph, probably in concert with other members of the executive team, came up with this idea, like, let's hire a director to sort of oversee that function. And you've obviously done a lot sizing up the lay of the land and identifying, like you showed us the strengths that are here and the challenges. The data's got to be huge. And in the meantime, we've come up with the framework for the strategic plan, which overlays a lot of this. So, the SEL and the multi-tiered supports and all. Do you think that it is appropriate or desirable at some point? We're kind of building this in a different way, but rather than starting with the policy, but do you think that there is a need for a policy? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on whether the district and the board and the district should have a policy on wellness.
I think that's a great question, and I'm going to tread lightly, because I think it really, really does depend on what is articulated for student learning. So, the state has wrestled with this for several years. I think it's been since 2014 that they've been on this journey of trying to identify learning targets and competencies. And so if it's been that long and the state hasn't gotten there, I feel like that's more of a driver for us than us kind of driving that, if that makes sense.
Sure. And I'm just really glad that we have you here, you know, overseeing this, because you pulled together so many things, even just in this presentation. And I'm really looking forward to the work that you'll be doing in the years to come.
Thank you.
Other questions from trustees? No, I just wanted to, it's a bit of a comment, a bit of a question. So listening to what's going on in Santa Clara County at one of the presentations that Superintendent DeWan did recently, she talked about some strategic goals they're looking at the county level moving into next year, that's going to be around mental health and advocacy from the County Office of Education for supporting mental health within our schools. And then also, I remember 2 years ago, Trustee Blakely, when we were at the California School Board Association conference, we both attended a session where one of the panelists was the superintendent for San Mateo County Office of Education. And she has a really deep background in mental health and work with their schools. So I'm curious about the opportunities that you have to learn from our county office here, the San Mateo County office, other professional development opportunities we can provide to you to help, you know, facilitate gathering tools and resources for our district in this.
I really appreciate that question. And it's, again, it's a hard question to answer without that kind of target out there. What are we working towards for our students? And I feel like I'm such a passionate about the work that I consume that kind of like professional development on my off time. I'm one of those kind of people. So I feel like my PD should really be driven by what we have developed for our students in terms of where we want to get program-wise and system-wise for our students, so that it's all aligned, so that's all driving in that direction. So I think I want to withhold on that until we get through our strategic plan.
Sure, that makes sense. All right, if there are no further questions, oh, Trustee Berman.
Sorry, mine's a comment. Are we in comments yet?
We'll do public comments and then we'll do trustee
comments.
Right. We're almost there. If there are members of the public who would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone to participate. I do not see any public comment at this time. Trustee comments, Trustee Berman.
So I'm just really glad you're here, and everything you said in your presentation really resonates with me. And I think that I'm just really excited for the work that's coming for our students and our schools. So thank you. And I just had sort of an offering, you know, in the beginning of your presentation, you sort of, I'm really big on the why, right? Like grounding our work in the why, and the why social emotional focus. When I was reading through it, I pulled out like something that I'm reading this book about social emotional learning. And I just wanted to add a little bit to it to just sort of, again, ground us in the why. It says SEL is a vehicle that supports academic excellence, sustainable well-being, and committed citizenship. These social emotional competencies not only help students pay attention in class and work collaboratively in a group project, they are also essential in the workplace and provide a roadmap for growth and life satisfaction into adulthood. By teaching these competencies to young people, we are planting the seeds for creating a more just, caring, and equitable future. So I think beyond just student outcomes, I think that we are investing in our students as human beings and as future citizens in our country. So I think this is the right work, and I'm really excited that you're here.
Thank you. That I have to withhold the jumping jacks celebration. That resonates with me strongly.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yes, so now I can say two things. One, Trustee Berman, will you send us the name and author of that book?
Sorry, I'm making a plug. This is my friend, Lorea Martinez, who just published this book, and it's an Amazon bestseller. So I will,
yes,
it really is terrific. It's terrific.
Okay.
Yeah, can't say enough about it.
So send us the specific name, specific author, to trustees. And Ms. Jimbo, I feel like, it's really difficult to onboard during this time of social distancing. And we haven't gotten to know you at all. Been reading about your work, but I feel like we're very fortunate tonight to finally get to know you a little bit and to, see a presentation by you. But I want to say, like everyone else here, I'm very impressed by you and I'm glad you've joined our district.
Thank you. That warms my heart.
Trustee Chang.
One thing I'm excited about everything in the report and everything. For the board, that I feel like a lot of this stuff is going to require a lot of funding, and we should be ready. And I hope we're ready to invest in it. And when I look at two school sites in our district that have done a lot of investments in SEL, Stevenson and with their local foundation and sending teachers to do responsive classroom training, and then Monteloma doing the same. I think most board members are aware that Monteloma a few years back did some funding to send a group of teachers, a large number of teachers to responsive classroom. And I'm a responsive classroom certified teacher. I'm a responsive classroom middle school developmental design teacher. That it's $900 a training course. And then you have to pay the teachers a week, a time to go train. So and I really hope we do something like that, because whatever program we choose, I really hope we spend the money to train, because curriculum isn't going to do it. It's so hard to just see SEL. You really have to learn it hands-on as an educator, and that's expensive because we have to pay teachers time, and we should. And just the last comment is, I do hope we look at some ways to support teachers in their own mental wellness, because our kids are only as healthy as our teachers are when it comes to SEL. If your teachers are their buckets empty, as a program that a lot of us in Mount View Westman are familiar with that language, there's really hard to fill other kids' buckets if we aren't filled ourselves. So there's really good local organizations doing a lot of interesting work on mindfulness and yoga for teachers. Breathe for Change is a really powerful local one. And little disclosure, it was founded by a former student of mine, but then who's now a PhD in SEL. But then I just hope that we take care of our teachers, because this pandemic, we don't know where they're coming in next year or even this week, after all the things they had to do, all the heroic things they've had to do. Thank you.
Well, and piggybacking off of that, Trustee Chang, Ms. Vick, you were earlier kind of affirming that, yes, that was something that we are going to need to address as a district. So I agree. But I don't want to give Ms. Jimbo work that is work outside of her, outside of her lane. We can't ask her to give us the sky. We're going to ask her to give us a castle in the sky, but not the whole sky. No, I think you can tell we're all really thrilled that you're here. There is a great deal of work to do. And so we hope you stick around for a long time and help us do it. And on that note, thank you for your time this evening. We'll let you go off and prepare for tomorrow. Thank you. And trustees, we're going to move on to our one review and action item. This is a more somber note. This is resolution 01031821, denouncing hate crimes and bigotry targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We have a presentation from Dr. Rudolph.
Not really a presentation,
but
I do want to say just a couple thoughts, just real quick. And so I think all of us remain shocked about what occurred over the last couple of days. And obviously this is sort of timely, when we originally put this on the agenda, I don't think we envisioned that it would, come immediately after this. But I do, as I was looking for what to say, because I like to sort of think about it, I wanted to recite these words, which I think are a lot more eloquent than probably what I would say. And so this is Elie Wiesel won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1986. And what he says is, I think, sort of relevant to what I said earlier this summer, and is, and I quote, direct quote, "This is why I swore never to be silent wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Sometimes we must interfere when human lives are endangered, when human dignity is in jeopardy. National borders and sensitivities become irrelevant. Wherever men or women are persecuted because of their race, religion, or political views, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe." So obviously, as we try to compile our thoughts, our hearts go out to those families who lost relatives in Atlanta. And then obviously for my Asian brethren who have endured, persecution over the years, just as similar to all of us, regardless of what walk of life you're in. Our heart goes out to you and your community, really our collective community, but our community. And I remain honored that the board chooses to affirm its commitment to supporting the needs of all communities and all students within our community. And so with that said, Trustee Conley, this is actually something that you shepherded. And so I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about the resolution.
Sure. Well, Trustee Wheeler definitely brought up doing it, and she brought up having this as an agenda item at a time when the board presidents of the Franklin McKinley School District and the Oak Grove School District prepared a draft or a sample resolution that districts could use, and it has been adopted in other areas. So I revised that draft some. I do have one proposed amendment for myself, and then I believe we might have some further proposed amendments. But I had wanted to add, whereas on March 16th, 2021, 8 people were shot to death at 3 Atlanta area businesses, including 6 women of Asian descent. The victims include, and I've listed the 4 names that we have learned so far. I don't know what the process is to, as more names are reported, is there a way to include those names after the fact, because those names have not been released yet? But I will open it up to questions from trustees, because I do believe we might have further amendments proposed. Trustee Chang.
Thank you, and thank you, President Connolly and Trustee Wheeler for launching this. This is a really difficult issue for me as someone who has grown up facing discrimination for being Asian and being Chinese, and it's easy for me when I see these things to think about each of the incidences in my own life. When I looked at the resolution, I appreciated all the thoughts in there. I submitted a few suggested amendments, and I just emailed it out to the board and to the superintendent now. It's also part of the me having experienced hate in my own life because of my race has led me to be really passionate about ethnic studies. And so there's some history I put into the resolution. So President Connolly, I don't know, I guess the question is, I don't know if the process you suggest for looking at amendments, if you would like to kind of, should you do a share screen and we can look at your amendments and any other amendments and put them all together and see which ones want to be included. But I do feel I put a lot of thought into some of the suggestions I put in. This is a resolution I'm very grateful for the board for bringing forward.
And just to summarize the amendments that you've proposed, because I'm looking at it right now, and trustees, if you want to look at it in your email, most of it is reordering the different sections so they fall chronologically. Yes, that's like one big piece.
Well, when I looked at this resolution, as much as I'm grateful for the templates the district did, when I look at this, I want this to be something that our kids in our district and our teachers can use to study at school. One that looks at the history of what our local history, and one that kind of really shows that we thought about in the ordering. So yeah, some of it's making sure that the introductions to talking about hate crimes against elderly people are placed together. Some of it we're talking about the hate crimes about Mountain View are placed in the same place. So just that from an editing standpoint, that shows that we put a lot of thought into this. Other amendments are to talk about some of the egregious incidences that, one is the one that President Connolly already mentioned in Georgia, but one is about the 75-year-old elderly woman who died in Oakland just last week. So I've added that, and I've added some local things about Mountain View history, because I think it's important if we do a Mountain View resolution. I really hope we do a resolution that we can use as an education piece for our families and kids, that they see that our city itself has a history that needs to own and needs to be spoken. So that is out there as well.
Can I ask, so when I move to page 2, and you say to include in 10 in chronological order, including the 1886 establishment, is that going into what is crossed out in section 9?
No, in section 9, I crossed out when we literally, I think it'd be useful if, whatever time we do, at some point, I think we need to share the resolution for the public to see, but then it's crossing out the words that when we specify the words that were used to make fun of Asian Americans, I do not think that's needed in a resolution. In resolutions about talking about other ethnicities and the way they are attacked, they don't usually specify the words. I find it as a trigger. Okay. So that is why that was removed. That section there, section 10, is to just add some local history. So in addition to talking about the Chinese Exclusion Act, that was largely led by a California delegation of Congress, there to talk about that a year before that, there was a prominent organization in Mountain View, an anti-Chinese organization that pressured local businesses not to hire Chinese people to work in laundromats and hire them as laborers in Mountain View, as many Chinese workers were looking for jobs at that time as the railroad had finished. It was also placed there, the burning down of the Chinatown in San Jose that no longer exists.
Oh, go ahead, Trustee Chang.
And also just that the farmers, it's Japanese farmers along with Filipino farmers that were discriminated against in the 1930s. And then talking about the Japanese internment camps, I think it's important for kids to know that the local detainees were processed at the Castro station in Mountain View.
Dr. Rudolph, I don't know if it would be possible for you to share this on your screen instead of myself, because now I cannot see the trustees to kind of facilitate the meeting. But I am in favor of the amendments you've suggested, Trustee Chang. I think these are useful and worthwhile. The only concern I have is usually when we adopt a resolution like this, we have a process of reading through it. And I think that the nature of the amendments may make that challenging tonight. So we might not read the resolution through bit by bit. If other trustees are also comfortable with the amendments. Trustee Blakely.
I was just going to say, excuse me, that it looks like Trustee Chang went further with the amendments and making it more specific to Mountain View, which I'm very supportive of, and captured the one amendment that you had suggested making, Trustee Conley. And I was just wondering whether Trustee Chang has a clean version in order. If he does, we could read that tonight if you wanted to share it. But otherwise, I like your idea of going ahead and adopting it tonight, and perhaps if you want to get it into the written record, we could read it at a subsequent meeting. But I'm in favor of the revised resolution with the amendments Trustee Chang has proposed.
I think that opportunity we could always read it at a further meeting once we get kind of cleaned up version, but adopting the amended version is fine with me. But Trustee Wheeler and Trustee Berman. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea to adopt the revised resolution. I appreciate that Trustee Chang put some personalized work into this, and you too, Board President Conley. So I would like to approve this revised version tonight. And Trustee Chang, if you can't quickly send us a totally clean version of it, then I would suggest that or recommend that we approve the revised resolution tonight, since we can see it and we can read it to ourselves. And then I would recommend that we agendize actually reading the revised resolution at a future meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Berman?
Yes, I agree with that. Thank you for putting the work into revising it, and Trustee Chang for adding this really important history for all of us. I think it's just really important to understand the history of where we're from, and it really helps explain a lot of things that we see. So I just thank you for putting this history in specific to Mountain View. So I am in favor of adopting it, and then I would definitely appreciate taking the time to read it at the next meeting.
Okay. Let's take public comment real quick if there are no further questions. If you were a member of the public and you would like to address the board regarding this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. I will wait briefly to see if we have public comment and then allocate time. We do not appear to have public comment at this time. Are there any other comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
I just appreciate the board supporting the Asian American community. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be sorry.
I just wish that I hope that Mountain View students know that Mountain View Westman School District sees them, and that, and when kids face hate at school, the kids who largely it's other kids who say things to them, and the kids who say things to them, they're not purposely trying to be racist. It comes from misunderstanding and learning opportunities. And I just ask that Mountain View Westman students, if they ever face hate at school, that it's hard to speak to the person saying it, but they should talk to their teachers and their parents, and they should let the school educators know, because they are seen, but they also play a role in making sure they're seen. If people stay silent, if somebody says something about the coronavirus or things and they just let it go and they hold it, then the silence and being invisible continues. So I really appreciate the leadership of the district on this, and I really hope the kids, and with parents, if your kids tell you, then the parents should speak to the educators and speak to the administrators, because all of us play a role in making sure that there's a visibility to this issue, and so that we can, we're an education institution. So when we know these things, it's so that we can educate the students, because it is anyone can say something careless to a Chinese person, Asian person, or anyone who's and we just need to see that as a learning opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. I think it's clear that as a board and as a district, we stand with the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. That is part of our community. And we want to make sure that our community members are heard and seen, that we are upstanders instead of bystanders, and that we call people in instead of calling them out, and we bring them forward in learning how to have a road towards justice rather than hate. Is there a motion regarding this resolution? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I move that the board approve and adopt the revised resolution that was prepared by Trustee Chang and shown to us on the screen tonight. In addition, that at a future meeting, we orally read that revised resolution so that everyone can hear it too.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board has unanimously approved the revised resolution with changes suggested by Trustee Chang, Resolution 0103182021. All right, thank you. We will now move on with item 10, board updates. Are there any updates from trustees, or we'll email them in?
So it's not a personal update, but I would like to point out, and President Conley, I don't know if you were going to do this in your own update. We all received this letter from Congresswoman Anna Eshoo telling us specifically how much money our district is going to get from the American Rescue Plan Act. We're going to get approximately $2,483,000 to reopen schools safely and make up for lost learning time. And this is through the bill that was passed by United States Senate. So I think I feel like we should publicly recognize that.
I agree. I had the opportunity to speak with Representative Eshoo today, and the amount of work and thoughtfulness and advocacy that she put into that COVID relief bill and has worked so hard to try and get across the plate is deeply appreciated by our district. And I know our county and other districts in our county and her area. So I very much agree. I would also like to add that next week there will be, this is a separate topic, a County Office of Education webinar on digital equity and closing the digital divide that I'll be presenting at as the president of the Digital Equity Coalition. I only get 5 minutes, so I'm a small piece of it, but there's some really amazing work that's going on across the county, and it's a great opportunity to encourage other trustees, other superintendents, other people in the community who might be interested in attending that webinar to learn more. Yes, Trustee Berman.
I just want to take a minute to thank the Mountain View Education Foundation for a really fun gala. The food was terrific. The trivia was really fun. I have no idea how much money was raised. We got to hear Dr. Rudolph play his saxophone. It was really fun. So I really enjoyed it. Really impressed, Dr. Rudolph, with your saxophone playing. And, you know, I think I'd heard from someone like, had I known Dr. Rudolph would be playing a saxophone, I totally, you know, I would have made sure to have been there and brought 10 friends. So I think next year we should advertise that and it'll be a huge draw. So
encore.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful evening. It was really wonderfully done by MVWF. Thank you to everyone on that board.
Yeah, it was great. And then DLAC, I was at the DLAC meeting. So just a couple of really quick updates. So we had the Mountain View PD presented on their the youth services program. The youth services department came and presented. It was, I would say, maybe the exact same presentation that we heard, I think it was in December or January. So they presented on their programs, and there were a couple of parents who, the questions that came up for from our DLAC parents were about how to pass that information on to families. How does my child participate in these programs? And so they clarified that usually it's teachers or staffs who identify students that would benefit from the programs that they offer. And there was a review about federal funding at the very beginning, and there was some interest from the Mountain View Police Department, the Youth Services Department, about maybe like tapping into some Title I funds to help with transportation, because they did mention that their transportation was cut for their programs, and they would love to have that transportation back to be able to provide programs for kids. And something that I thought was really interesting that came up was that, one of the parents asked, how was the school identified as a Title I school? And it was through lunch applications. And so there was this question of, well, if lunches are free, did all of our families complete their lunch applications? And is that going to be problematic for next year in trying to identify federal funding? And so this sort of encouragement of, if you could still fill it out, you can fill that form out at any time. So I wasn't sure if our district had a, sort of a message out about these lunch applications, and whether or not we want to try to get individuals to fill them out, and if that's going to impact our funding, since lunches have been free over the last year. There's probably many people out there who haven't filled it out, and it might, I don't know, impact our funding. And I think that was it.
Do you know what, Trustee Berman, that was fantastic. You can give that DLAC update in the future during the district committees portion of the meeting at the very beginning. And what's so nice, because you are our appointed member of our appointed representative to DLAC, so you are representing that committee when you report to the board. But what's lovely is then we have a larger attendance, usually near the beginning of the meeting than the end. No, you're fine.
Sorry.
You got it in the record, which is wonderful. But so in the future, you can give it in that district committees piece, and feel free to do that whenever you have an update. Trustee Blakely.
I just want to say real quickly before we hit the 11 o'clock deadline, thank you.
11:30.
Thank you. Oh, it's 11:30. I thought it was 11. Okay, but still, thank you to all of the staff, the teachers, the families for getting our kids back in class live today. I'm just so proud of everybody.
Yeah, I think we all echo that, Trustee Blakely, and thank you to all of the I saw the principals on here really late tonight, and I kept thinking, you've got to go to bed, you've got babies tomorrow at school. But it was a huge lift by everyone, from the superintendent down to noon duty supervisors, teachers, principals, staff, IAs, just district leadership. Thank you to everyone. And yeah, thank you for reminding us to say thank you, Trustee Blakely. If there are no further updates, will everyone email them in, please. Item 11 is items for future agendas. Do we have any items for future agendas that were submitted, Dr. Rudolph?
No.
We did not. Okay, so we'll move on to.
Can I add something here, since now we have a little bit more legal time? I made a suggestion to, I think it was Superintendent Rudolph, maybe it was both Superintendent Rudolph and President Conley. My personal preference, if we anticipate a really long meeting, and we've had a succession of really long meetings, that I would rather split them up and have, a number of special meetings. So I'd rather have, a couple 3-hour special meetings than a succession of 6 or 7 hour meetings.
Are other trustees aligned with that, or possibly.
In general, I would say yes. I mean, six. What we got started at 5:30, so we're 5.5 hours in. I'm also just cognizant of wearing out the staff, and so I don't know if they would prefer to have one really late night, or maybe break if we have like the strategic plan update. That might have been a good topic for a special meeting. I'm open.
Yeah, we're definitely hitting, we had some nice short meetings in December and January, and then we have had some huge meaty meetings. Dr. Rudolph, do you have a sense of what staff would prefer?
We're struggling to keep up with the additional meetings that have been added. And so I think, you have to remember we have to prepare the packets, right? And so every time a special meeting is added, it just means we're turning around the next week and creating the actual meeting and doing the agenda. So I think, our preference is to typically just have a longer meeting than it is to have the shorter meeting. But we also understand, I think this year is a little bit different because normally these are short meetings.
Yeah.
Because we're not talking about reopening, we're not talking about strategic plan. And so I think this year is just really the anomaly to we wouldn't have fencing on the list either. So it's a really, it seems to me to be an anomaly. But I can tell you just between, we have so many irons in the fire. I don't know if there's any more blood that you can get from this stone. And so something, if you're going to add meetings, something's going to have to come off just because of the amount of things that we have going at the same time. And that could also be, as reopening sort of moves beyond that. But remember, we have virtual school coming up that we're going to be talking about, which is new. We're trying to get negotiations finished. So I'm just thinking of like Tara, right? Like she has negotiations, she has a strategic plan. She also has to have 100% hiring by the time we hit the end of the summer. So it is a lot just barreling down. So that's just our take on it. But ultimately, these are your meetings. And so if you decide to add special meetings, and we'll do it. And, what I'll probably start doing is dismissing staff from attending certain meetings, to try and save them a little bit more.
Well, and also my point of view regarding this is, there's a lot of just these presentations that it doesn't matter what day they happen on. So, if you did it on, put together some presentations that you were going to do in a regular meeting and just create a special meeting for them. I don't see how that would be more work other than, scheduling a special meeting. And then I agree with you that it would be a good idea to let staff go.
Trustee Blakely.
So I would just say, if it is more, although I prefer a shorter evening, if it's going to be more work for staff, I'm comfortable with the longer meetings. But I would ask that where feasible, we put the action items that require thinking, not just asking questions, but real, brain power, that we put those at the front part of the meeting and do the informational ones later.
Yes.
Trustee Chang.
Whether or not the board itself goes back into live session, I think it's a really good thing for staff to be able to continue to present to us remotely for them. I think that I imagine for them as a wellness perspective, giving staff the ability to present from home, especially these late meetings and things like that, I think it's probably a game changer for them. I can remember in the past when we used to have late meetings in the previous board, to see staff members sit in the boardroom, and it used to be the boardroom was drafty and cold and uncomfortable. And so I think that even if we go back at some point into the district office, I think that for this year or next year, maybe ongoing, as COVID-19 changes work styles, I think it's kind of neat for staff to be able to present from wherever is comfortable for them.
So I hear that. I think that's a whole different topic, but I hear you, and I think that it's good input. we are trying to get through a grind right now of reopening, planning for whatever we're going to have for next year, which is going to be different than what we've ever had before. Finishing the strategic plan, getting the LCAP rolled out. And last year, we met through the summer repeatedly, which I found really exhausting. And so my goal is to have us at our second meeting in June, let everyone stop and come back for our meeting in August. That might mean that we have to kind of power through some content right now that, you know, my hope is that when we come back in the fall, we may be in some sort of different school format, but we will be able to return to a more normal board load, if you will, than we have had recently. So we'll look at the agendas carefully. I would also like to be able to move things that I believe there is majority support around that are non-controversial to consent instead of having more discussion about them. I will say in an agenda like tonight, we had discussion at the beginning because we knew there was a lot of public interest in the Mauna Loma working group, and we didn't want people to have to wait for a long time for us to get to that. So we had it earlier in the meeting so that the public could really engage in it. So we're trying to think about those things, but we'll try to find a balance. I can make no promises, but we'll try. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. On that note, our future meeting dates are April 1st. We'll have a board retreat on April 24th, and then we have meetings on May 6th and May 20th. And at 11:08 p.m., I will adjourn this meeting.